plenty of decks. However, we did not have access to the third Mirror Innovator at the time, so it was not a part of our initial testing. Today, I wanted to go through and play with two machine variants. The first one is very similar to a list that won our recent Swiss event over on the RDL server. We are running 3 of the new card Mirror Innovator, and this is the machine equivalent to Dragius, allowing us to beat through set 3 boards and generally deal a ton of damage. Barrel Dragon is able to remove monsters from the opponent's field, even if they have a trap-like negate attack or buffered slime. Essel works well in any deck running this many boss monsters, and many of our effects also want to be able to shuffle away 3 monsters, or 4 in the case of Talismanic Seal Array. So filling the graveyard is great. Even if you aren't using Essel, on turn 2, you are usually going to choose to activate the effect. You'll also notice that with only 1 Gold Rush, 1 7 Shift, and 2 Aim Eagle, this is a fairly accessible list that you should be able to get without spending any money, as long as you were around for the first release of the structure deck, where we got, like Blue Eyes, a free copy, and a 500 gen copy. Other than that, we are using a ton of the new cards from the box. Crafter Drone, Bicorn, and the new bundles, Forever Freeze, and Negate Attack. Finally, we have one more spell trap removal in the form of Boltercorn. Let's go ahead and hop into King of Games and see if we're able to make it work. For those of you who have not been following the tournament meta, I'm pretty sure this deck has won every single event since the release of the box. It isn't this exact build. Plenty of people are on 2 or even 3 Gold Rush. But machines are definitely looking to be the dominant deck. So let's see if we are able to get some wins on the ladder. And our opponent is opening up with a tribute set. Despite being on nail, they are not running a cyber stack, as indicated by the archive skill. We actually managed to find our very own Essel, which seems pretty good to me. Ultimate Bond is able to unbrick our hand by getting rid of the Forever Freeze. And should we do that first? I'm gonna go with no, because we don't want to mill it with the Essel, and it doesn't actually thin the deck. So we are gonna go for Essel first here, and that's just going to be able to get us to another card. We can special summon the Bicorn. We definitely aren't going to have the 3 monsters in the graveyard, but even just having a little bit of extra tribute material is not bad. Then we have a machine on board, so I think the Barrage of Steel makes sense. But then we also need to choose what we are actually summoning here. We didn't mill any normal machines, so we can't use Gold Rush's effect. But I think we do need to use Ultimate Bond and reveal Barrel Dragon. Then, even though they have a back row, I am pretty tempted to put back Barrage of Steel. But we don't know if they are running 2500s, so we're going to pick Forever Freeze instead. Aim Eagle is not able to use the effect, but it is able to get Barrel Dragon on board while maintaining Essel as well. And this means we are going to be able to hopefully push in for a little bit of damage. Let's start with Barrel Dragon, and we pop a Torna. Then let's go ahead and Barrage. A Seal Array. Okay. End of the battle phase, and we think they are on Blue Eyes. Most of their monsters should have relatively low defense. but Essel is also not that big of an attacker. Unfortunately, we miss out on 1600. So we think they are running Blue Eyes Rain. And that means if they are special summoning the Bright Dragon, we actually we wouldn't be able to use Forever Freeze anyway, but we end up drawing it right back. We can Crafter Drone, but I don't think we actually need to draw anything. I'm just gonna fill up the graveyard for later. Bring in Crafter. And then we Tribute Summon. Then, we have Lethal on board. Of course, they do have 2 face downs. So we are expecting them, to be able to stop our push. Perfect Slime, revealing Kaibaman. Let's go ahead and, pass. Okay, so Tribute to the Doomed is pretty good here, as it is able to get rid of the Barrel Dragon. And I was going to say, it also sets up a Soul Drake, but they did not use it. So if that is the case, we are going to summon out Essel, and we have plenty of options. But our graveyard is already pretty full, so we are just going to bring in our monsters as is. I'm expecting a negate attack, so I do want to put that Amigal back into the deck, alongside our Barrel Dragon, and a, Boltricorn. And now we battle. Try to swing in for a game. The reason I didn't just start attacking immediately was in case they had a negate attack. So it wasn't BM, they had a way to potentially survive, and I wanted to be able to have my board as set up as possible before they try to make a comeback. Welcome, Draco. My variant of the deck, you actually just missed the explanation, but it isn't that expensive. As long as you were playing when we got the first machine deck, you don't need more than 1 Gold Rush or 7 Shift. And the structure deck was only 500 gems for 2 copies of the Aim Eagle. So going through the mini box, does get you most of the cards you need. Though I suppose Essel is also a pretty good part of the deck. But I think a lot of decks are running pretty similar, multi-box builds, where you need 3 of 2 cards from 2 different mini boxes. Alright, so our opponent is bringing out a turn 1 King Rex, but we do have the Mirror Innovator to get above 2,500. Definitely going to bring in a Crafter Drone. Crafter Drone is able to discard the Gold Rush for us and give us a new card. Then, Essel is here, and Essel is able to mill 2 more cards before special summoning a monster from our graveyard. I was planning on using the Gold Rush that we discarded, but Barrel Dragon is an even better pull. So let's go ahead and special summon it. Then we tribute off for Mirror Innovator, and we see if we can't destroy Super King Rex. Barrel Dragon uses its effect and targets. Unfortunately, we whiff, but that is no problem, as Mirror Innovator is able to boost itself above 2,500. Welcome, Jordan, and thank you for the follow. We are going to return all 3 monsters for the maximum attack boost. And battle. They could have a negate attack, but if they don't, we are in a pretty good spot, getting in for well over 3,000 damage. It is our first turn, and they are already down to 2,000 life. Welcome, Grim. Oh, and Draco says Essel is from the selection box. But it doesn't have to be. But if anything, that actually makes it cheaper, as you're going to pick up a couple of Essel on the way to getting your 1 copy of 7 Shift and Gold Rush. Welcome, Jordan. My day, honestly was a little bit rough, but we are turning it around with some Yu-Gi-Oh! By the way, I thought the, Tag Duel event was meant to end today. But I didn't notice anything when I logged in just now. Did I get the timing wrong? Apparently it isn't for another few hours. And machines pick up a clean, quick victory. I do plan on making a deck profile on machines eventually. So I should probably save a couple of replays. How's the streaming going so far? You actually caught us right at the start. We are just 10 minutes into the stream. That was our very second game. Today, we are planning on playing some games with this machine deck. And then I have another variant using Dark Magician and machines together. And then finally, I also want to play some aggro. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity is no longer paywalled, which means it's time to actually bring it onto the ladder and see how Hammer Crush Steel does at full power. And then after all of that, probably a couple of hours of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I do plan to do a little bit of a Mirror Innovator, being Limit 3. Honestly, Acebreaker would see play, I think, over some of the Gold Rush copies. Okay. But I don't mind not having access to the Acebreaker. You realistically could probably free it. We aren't going to have 3 monsters, so we can discard the Bicorn. And we get Mirror Innovator, which is unfortunate because Essel would have been able to mill that for us. So let's mill and see what we get. We actually managed to find a second Bicorn. But that isn't all that impressive at all. However, our opponent is also on Machine. And that means it is time to revive their own Crafter Drone. And we can draw another card if we want to. Let's go ahead and ditch the Avant Wolf. Though, realistically, we probably shouldn't have done that. As having the Avant Wolf on board would have made a little bit more sense. But I basically just wanted to make sure our graveyard was full for Mirror Innovator. And if we use it, we're able to get an extra 100 attack. But the Bicorn is probably the better play. As the piercing damage does come up. And then, oh, we actually managed to get in. So it is a, really no loss of damage. As even if I had summoned the Avant Wolf, I would have been having the Avant Wolf attack the face down. So no damage lost. And now if they aren't able to clear the board, we do have another Crafter Drone ready for next turn. Fire, we are not currently running it, but we are going to be doing it in the future. Jordan, I'm actually not sure what you mean by Twitch stuff. Obviously, I am streaming on it, but I'm not that much involved with the ecosystem of Twitch. I don't really know what is going on with the platform. I only have a couple of the emotes set up. I haven't really done a lot of work with figuring out the point redemptions, etc. And I really need to work on my bio and landing page. But I just never actually remember to do so. So our opponent is also bringing in their own Mirror Innovator. And they go for maximum damage. But they actually go ahead and crash the crafter drones. So reviving the second crafter drone gives us a little bit of value. We actually have an Amigal here, but we are missing one low level to make this fully complete. I think we might just be giving up our negate attack to go all in. As I think we Amigal always, and we Avant Wolf always. And then we activate the effect. And we send both of them to the graveyard for Tough Striker. And it is special summoned at 3500. Then we activate our skill. We return negate attack into the deck in order to grab another low level monster. And this allows us to bring in Barrel Dragon. And if our Barrel Dragon is able to hit heads, that is a lethal push. Maybe I should have used the Barrel Dragon first, and then only activated the skill if we landed the hit. Let's go ahead and try to swing in. This is a little bit more resilient to random trap cards. So unfortunately, they are going to be surviving with 800. But we do have 2 boss monsters on board. It's relatively fair to assume the face down card at this point is either Talismanic Seal Array or a Spell Trap Removal. And if it is a Barrage of Steel, then we are definitely benefiting from doing this play, oversetting the negate attack only to have it immediately destroyed. Our opponent is ready to draw, but we will see if they are actually able to make a comeback. Okay, Ultimate Bond into a Gold Rush. So they are going to be able to use the Amigal and bring in a 3500. And then with a Gold Rush, they actually don't have any copies of the Tough Striker Engrave. So we might just be fine. In fact, they do not have any normal monsters, meaning Gold Rush is completely unable to use the effect, as they aren't able to add a monster back to hand. Unfortunately for us, the back row was 7 shift, meaning the double boss board is here. Though, they actually just now realized they made a huge mistake. Mirror Innovator is able to boost its own attack points, but Gold Rush cannot. They needed to summon the Gold Rush with the Amigal in order to clear the board, and then they immediately surrender, having figured out the mistake. And we are now 3-0. Machines definitely putting in a ton of work here. Alright, we are up first. And I'm pretty sure we are just going for a set 5 pass. There is an argument to using Essel to load the graveyard, but I don't think it is ever really worth giving up the free attack into our life points. And they are only able to bring in 2 monsters of their own, which means we are in a pretty good spot. Essel here is not on turn 2 anymore, but it is going to be able to completely fill up the graveyard for our Mirror Innovators. We are able to activate the skill, but I don't really see a strong reason to. We already have plenty of resources. Let's go ahead and bring in Mirror Innovator. Then, we activate 7 Shift, and this will turn our Crafter Drone. Wait. Oh, 7 Shift can only summon an effect monster. That is a huge mistake. I absolutely messed up, as I have only played this deck very recently. But that is fine. Sending the Tough Striker to the graveyard isn't actually even the worst play in the world, as we are able to activate our Mirror Innovator and shuffle it back into the deck for an even bigger boost. Obviously, this was a mistake, but we will make the best out of it that we can. Let's barrage and destroy one of their cards. Widespread Ruin is incredible to remove here. Winged Dragon goes down. This one probably does have a defense stat. So we end. Welcome, Robert and Frank. SG, I do think the game has been a little bit difficult. But I have been enjoying the process of going through the game. Though I will say there was one thing that annoyed me. So after clearing, this isn't really spoilers. Just mechanics. So anyone who's interested in the game, don't worry. After you get about halfway through the game, you unlock a new class, but you already have your party that you have been using for the first half of the game. In order to reclass, you need to have the level of the character, and then they get like a minor bonus to attack, and their other stats. So I did it for the new class in order to use it, but then it felt really weird having one party member that was just so much weaker than everybody else. So I reclassed the entire group, and then I had to go look up how to get experience points so I would be back to normal. I definitely don't want to grind and make the game too easy, but I did do a little bit just to get them not even to where I was initially, but like 5 or 6 levels below that, rather than being at a 20 level deficit. So we drew 2 copies of Bicorn, and that is very convenient. We are definitely going to be activating the effect here. And we have 3 in the graveyard. Unfortunately, we only have 4 total. So we shuffle 3 away. And now Bicorn becomes 2 tributes for our Mirror Innovator. But we aren't out of this just yet. By activating Ultimate Bond, we are able to return our Tough Striker into the deck, and then add Aim Eagle. And this means we now have 2 more monsters ready to go. Let's go ahead and summon out a second copy of Mirror Innovator. Was just triple checking the numbers. And there we go. First up, Mirror Innovator number 1. We return a single monster to give it piercing. Then Mirror Innovator number 2. And we return as many monsters as possible to set up a bigger attack. Theoretically, I think we could have gotten away with not using the second effect there at all. But I wanted to push in for damage, and it may have been lethal. So I didn't want to end up missing lethal. And I didn't want to do the math either. Am I getting the Paper Mario game? So I have already played Thousand Year Door when it came out on the GameCube. And then the other day, the Switch advertising. Like when you open up the Switch, it was like, here are all of the new things in the Thousand Year Door remaster. But none of them were new features. It was all quality of life updates. So I'm not sure if I'm going to buy it, just because I have already played the game. If they have actually added new post-game areas, or if they have new dungeons and bosses, then I would get the game. But I haven't seen anything in the advertisement so far that has sold me on it, which is a shame because I really like the original. And then Robert, I have one Gold Rush. I spent the full 7,000 gems, but I wasn't able to get it. There are 4 packs left in my second selection box run, but we were simply not skilled enough. So I spent a moment there again, considering whether or not to mill with the Essel. But I think we are going to save the Barrel Dragon for a future turn. There are a few too many different ways for them to be able to out a lone Barrel Dragon with no trap cards. And I already have a 7-shift face down, so bricking shouldn't be an issue. Alright, we see them bring in a Bunker Strike. This could be a resonance list, running Bunker Strike, Slayer, and Dragius. But they actually don't even use the Bunker Strike to filter. Which I am fine with. So we have Crafter Drone, but only one monster in the graveyard. So if you want to actually cheat out Barrel Dragon, we're going to need to use both Crafter Drones. But then that also doesn't work. So I think we are going to Crafter Drone, ditching a Bicorn. And then we activate our skill. And we reveal Barrel Dragon before returning probably the Seal Array into the deck. And this lets us bring in the bigger Barrel Dragon. My opponent owns a level 7 monster, so we can Amigal here. Send both away. And we just kind of hope to land heads on barrel. And we do it as we are superior skilled gamers. Let's bring out the rest of our board. And Barrel Dragon swings in. Looks like they do have the negate attack. Unfortunate, we missed out on a ton of damage. Setting the Crafter Drone probably was the better option. How good is Gold Rush? I have yet to resolve the effect, but it has only been 5 or 4 games. Sorry, Jordan, did I miss something? I am probably not currently in the market for a new, like, Twitch layout. I think my opponent just summoned Dragius. Yeah, so the things I am testing are currently, 1, Steel Array over the Barrage, and then Eternal Freeze over, something that I forgot. I think it was like Recital. And we see again a ton of monsters. Crafter Drone, let us mill a Tough Striker. Barrel Dragon, activate the effect. Alright, and now we just need to get in for enough damage, which means Ultimate Bond is going to be returning 7 shift into the deck. for the Aim Eagle. As we are now able to bring in Aim Eagle, bring in Tough Striker, and fill out the board. It is possible they still have their slime. But let's head into battle. Battle Dragon swings in first. Oh, but it's actually Combustion Crisis. Completely catching me off guard. But I am fine with that. I take a little bit of damage and get in for a ton. And we even still have our 2 traps remaining. Notably, we have yet to see a copy of Slayer. So maybe these back row are not as protected as I would hope. Let's see. Top 5. Obviously, I would say machines are number 1. And then probably something like Noodles or Aggro in the next slots. And then the Blue Eyes deck seems pretty good, though it is definitely a little bit below machines. At least with the list we've been seeing right now. Other options for a top 5 would be something like trap-themed Royal Rebels, or maybe Magnum Overlord if you're really feeling it. Unfortunately, they hit a 50-50 on the negate attack. I have slime. But is it worth it? I don't think I am dying here, is the thing. But I also know they are running Slayers. But I want to keep the slime around, in case I need to use Ultimate Bond, to make things happen. Though I am also going to need to shuffle in. Yeah, this is the issue. I don't own the 3rd Aim Eagle. So I am pretty much just dead here. Maybe I messed up by returning the 7 shift to the deck. Unfortunately, I probably should have removed the Slayer. I'll just go ahead and surrender. I am a little bit distracted. But they got this one. We'll go until we get another loss with this deck. And we'll switch over to a new variant of machines and see how it goes. I don't know if any of you recognize this player, but they were definitely active in the previous Go Havash festivals. And we open up with a Mirror Innovator. And if they are truly on Psychic Zoku, those monsters should have a pretty low defense value, which is good for us. We bring in Aim Eagle. And I mean, I could keep the Avant Wolf around. Seems like a plan. Let's go ahead and reveal Tough Striker. But then we return that Tough Striker into the deck. Now, keep in mind, we aren't exactly wasting the Aim Eagle, as it is still going to be in the deck next turn, thanks to the effect of our Mirror Innovator. Aggregate effect and return 1. This is not with a ton of piercing damage, but it is going to provide piercing. So let's see if we are able to get in. And we do for a full 2600. And that puts us off to a great start. As she says, had 9 Blue Eyes Spellcaster win streak. Yeah, Blue Eyes is definitely able to go on some pretty big win streaks. I do think a lot of decks will struggle to deal with a board of Vanilla Blue Eyes and Bright Dragon. Sword and Shield is kind of what we've been using as our primary board breaker up until this format. But that does not work anymore. Alright, we draw into both other Mirror Innovators, but we only have 2 monsters in the grave. Fortunately for us, Tribute to the Doomed is activatable, so we can send a Mirror Innovator away. Is that what we want to do? So we'll send one away, and then we would shuffle all 3 back in. And then we wouldn't gain a ton of damage there. But I think this is the right play. Let's go ahead and destroy Primogatarna. Summon Bicorn. And activate the effect. We Tribute Summon, we'll gain a little bit of attack. And then we also get the Avant Wolf. I do expect them to have a trap card to stop us here. But this, theoretically, could be lethal. 2700 and 1500. Oh, but we run into a Diviner. Only being able to inflict 1400 instead of the full 26 we would have gotten from the Candy. And that means they are ready to summon an Esperade and end us. Fortunately, things to get ready to be amped up. They're only able to declare a single direct attack this turn. And with only 500 life points, they can't use Roman Pick, which is normally their method to get a double boss board out. They are not going to be able to summon a Primogatarna and Esperade without it. We do see Esperade onto the board. Well, I suppose it could be a Stardom Light face down. Here comes Future Diviner. Draw a card, and do they ditch the Prima or the card they just drew? So Robert, the new support is actually the same thing as we're running right now. Steel Mech Lord Mirror Innovator is a 2400 monster, and Magician Shuffle allows you to run any anything with 2400 or below. And that means we take out a few of these machine monsters, and in its place we get access to Dark Magic Attack over Barrage of Steel. You saw earlier in the game, they had 3 set cards. And we were only able to destroy one of them. But with a Dark Magic Attack, they would have lost so many more resources. Anyway, Vulturecorn shut off the back row. So all we need to do now is Tribute Summon out our Mirror Innovator and boost it up for game. Wait, how did they even get the Prima on board? Oh, they had a jam. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mirror Innovator and Dragius both have the issue of, not being compatible with most skills in the game. But if you're able to run one, you almost definitely want to, in whatever deck you're playing. And I think Magician Shuffle has been on the edge of viability for months now. I mean, we got Shock Dragon in the previous pack, allowing a full 2500 board debuff. Before that, we had Trigger Drago or Ancient Demise Dragon to give them some piercing damage. And even before the introduction of Negate Attack, players were running Widespread Ruin, Sword and Shield, Buffered Slime, 2 or more Talismanic Seal Ray, spell trap removal of their own. Basically, Dark Magic attack is such a huge swing if you're able to destroy multiple cards. And the deck has slowly been getting extra support, including cards like the Arching Summoning Flute from much earlier in the game. Oddly enough, we get an immediate connection error. So we will take the Gate Keys and move on to the next one. Alright, and it looks like we might just be in for another mirror match. And our opening hand is looking quite substandard. This might just be our final game before switching over to Dark Magician. Actually, I wouldn't say the pickup box. That's like the noodle deck. But the newest mini box that introduced Mirror Innovator has pretty drastically changed the overall viability of the deck. I don't think it is necessarily top tier, but I also haven't tested it very much. So here we are on just a bunch of spell and trap cards, but so was our opponent. We destroyed a Barrage of Steel and a 7-Shift, dodging the actual trap card with both of our removal. Our own Talismanic Seal Array could have been the third Barrage, which maybe would have been better in this instance. It all is going to come down to whether or not we are able to use the effect effectively. Keep in mind, we do also need to have a lot of monsters in the graveyard if we want to resolve our Bicorns or our big Mirror Innovators. So Talismanic Seal Array does have a little bit of conflict with this deck. And they have their own Barrage of Steel, making it a bit of a moot point. Honestly, maybe the Talismanic Seal Array eating the spell trap removal is better, as it means we are going to be able to actually set our trap cards successfully whenever we do draw them. Mirror Innovator boosting up, and they just shuffle the one for the big piercing damage. Very fair choice. I probably would have made the same decision myself. We draw for turn, and we still have no boss monsters. And we can't really just sit here betting on stalling them out when they have their Mirror Innovators. Let's go ahead and Crafter Drone. We will send our Bicorn to the grave, but we draw another one. So that means we are going to surrender. The game was not necessarily over just yet. However, it is a good transition period, as I need to go get some water and be back in a minute. And I will go over the Magician Shuffle deck as soon as we resume. So, take this time to grab a snack, grab some water, go to the bathroom. I will see you in a couple of minutes. we are back with Dark Magician. You may notice the list looks quite similar to the other one, with Mirror Innovator, Surge Bicorn, Avantwolf, Crafter Drone, and Vulturecorn taking up nearly half of the deck. However, there are a few key differences that make the Dark Magician deck worth consideration. Magician Shuffle is one of the best skills to synergize with Essel, as if you open with any of your 4 Dark Magician cards, you are able to guarantee a boss monster in the graveyard that you can revive. Additionally, Dark Magician, of course, gives us access to Dark Magic Attack, capable of destroying entire back rows at once. And of course, we are running Tough Striker in the traditional machine build. And Dark Magician Girl fills the same niche of a 2500 tribute monster. However, this one only requires 1 tribute, at the cost of not being a target for Aim Eagle. I'm also currently running some Light Sorcerer Sanctity for additional debuff power. This kind of helps to make up for the lack of Aim Eagle, boosting our monsters, as we have a lot of bosses that are just 2500 vanillas, and we need a way to get over them. So we are also running 2 Talismanic Seal Array, rather than just 1. However, I am a little bit concerned that we aren't going to be able to use Bicorn because Light Sorcerer and Essel are all in the graveyard. I believe there is a machine debuffer as well, but I am not running it, and I think it requires you to have 3 machines on board, so it's probably a little bit less consistent at actually letting us clear through. If it was like Silverwolf and only required 1 machine monster, 1 other machine monster, I would run it. But as is, I'm going to try out Dark Magician on the ladder and see if we are able to pick up some wins. What I would really like is to be able to get a win with a big Dark Magic Attack. As I think that would be pretty good for a video to actually show off why to run this variant over regular machines. Most of the games we probably would win are going to win without a Dark Magic Attack ever resolving, as Mirror Innovator and a wall of 2500s are relatively strong on their own, even without our signature spell. Unfortunately for us, we are actually opening with both copies, and not 3 monsters to set. Also, our opponent could easily be on Ultimate Bond and pierce us for over 2,000 damage here. But they are actually running Hammer Crush Deal. Looks like a traditional aggro deck, which is the next deck we are going to be testing when we get to it. Alright, so Vulturecorn plus the Hammer Crush provide plenty of ways to shut down back row. They even have an Essel, and they mill the one and only Barrel Dragon. Things are looking rough. Of course, even though we have 3 face downs, none of these are relevant. And they are going to destroy both of our Dark Magic attacks. If they activate that Hammer Crush, they set face down. We have yet to see if the Barrel Dragon will land its effect to destroy our face-down monster. But fortunately for us, it whiffs, and we have at least a little bit of a chance, as we aren't losing over half our life points as we otherwise would have. Notably, Vulturecorn is still affecting our card. We cannot use the Seal Array this turn. Okay, so we drew a Dark Magician Girl. And that means we are going to be able to set up Dark Magician by revealing the girl. Add it to our hand, and then immediately send it to grave. After that, I think we are going to Crafter Drone and get rid of the Boltricorn as they don't have any back row. And we draw into another DMG. Let's bring in our Light Sorcerers of Sanctity and go for a couple of debuffs onto their Barrel Dragon and the Boltricorn. Then we tribute off for 2 Dark Magician Girl. We are definitely in danger of dying to a big Mirror Innovator and Dragius, or something along those lines. But as long as we're able to hold out for another turn, we just might be able to turn the tables with our Talismanic Seal Array and all 3 copies of Mirror Innovator still being in deck. Alright, another Essel, and it does put an Avant Wolf in grave. Which is the 3rd machine monster. A Boltricorn is now online. Alright, here comes another Hammer Crush, but I am fine with that. They are ending on a lone Trigger Drago, and this is not lethal. There goes the Mirror Innovator. All I had to do next turn was draw a normal summonable monster strong enough to compete with the 900 remaining life points they would have had after crashing a Dark Magician Girl. So we claim a quick victory. And it is another Yuga. Once again, I think we are probably going to be against some sort of machine variant. Alright, we open with the Dark Magician here. And we really need another low level. But instead, we are bricking once more. And even setting the Sanctity doesn't do a whole lot if they summon a Mirror Innovator. I have really been considering cutting one of these seal arrays for another trap card, like Recital. But it looks like our opponent actually might be in a similar situation, as all they have summoned is a lone Light Sorcerer of their own. So show me low levels. And they do. Crafter Drone, activate the effect. And we are going to discard the Mirror Innovator. We want a 3rd low level. And a 3rd low level is exactly what we will find. Then we summon out the one and only Dark Magician. And with 2 back row on their field, Dark Magic Attack blows away 2 Curtain of Sparks. Wouldn't have made a difference this turn. But that is a ton of value, providing a guaranteed swing over their Light Sorcerer. And we pass turn. Welcome, Serena. How are you doing today? Alright, so our opponent also on Light Sorcerer, and we actually don't know if they are running machines or not. All of these cards so far have been legal. But with multiple Curtain of Sparks, perhaps they are on 7's Axel Road instead. We see another Magical Stream, this time destroying our Seal Array. And that is fine with me. What is important are the high level monsters they have or haven't drawn. Spark Hearts Girl offers a very minor debuff, and the ability to recycle their trap. Alright, if they are weakening the Dark Magician, then they definitely have something. And it is a Witch. And a 7's Axel Road is not live here. They could search out for the Magician, but they don't have the extra card in hand. I feel like they definitely misplayed. If they did not summon the Spark Hearts Girl, they would have had another monster. They would have been able to bring out a Magician plus the Witch. I'm doing pretty well. machines are proving quite powerful. And we are about to get in for what I think is not quite lethal. We needed one more low-level monster to really make it work. I could bring in 2 Dark Magician Girls, or I can boost the Mirror Innovator by 1400, 1800. So that's 1800 damage plus 12. Wait, that might be game. I hope I did the math right. But it's 1200 plus 1800. So that should be 3000. And it is. Mirror Innovator clearing through. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. And hey, we actually managed to resolve a dark magic attack. Let's go ahead and save that replay. Speaking of grinding gems, I am pretty low myself. I wasn't expecting the selection box. I was totally prepared for the mini box. But there is a need for me to go find some dual world characters and maybe do some stage missions. I haven't maxed out any of the worlds just yet. I think I might do Dark Side of Dimensions first, as I'm already like stage 27 in there. I at some point got hard stuck, as you need to beat Scud's burn deck without taking any damage. But with the introduction of Trapeze Magician, that mission becomes doable, as long as I'm able to bring out a turn 1 rank 4. Alright, so we see a set 3 from our opponent. I think we Crafter Drone, and this Bicorn goes goodbye-bye. Avantmolf onto the board. And then let's set up the Dark Magician in the graveyard. Summon out Dark Magician Girl. And I am just realizing we are fighting Roa. Which means we probably did want to just summon some monsters in defense mode rather than going in double. But they are on a thing in the Purple Mirror, which means it is probably Hammer Crush. And in that case, we need to deny them as many resources as possible. Here comes another Curry bot, unfortunately. They are able to get that mystical 8th card. Here comes the Hammer Crush. For sure, we are taking a ton of damage here. Well, we see a Dragias, but do we see a way to actually beat the Dark Magician Girl? A 1 tribute Diabolic King Beetle is going to do it. This graveyard is filled with level 1 monsters. We are seeing a real throwback, updated for the modern metagame. Dragias Beetle, capable of boosting up Dragias and dealing a ton of damage. Unfortunately, we are taking over half of our life points in this one single push. Our move. Another Bicorn, but again, no big machine boss here. I think the best we can do is mill a little bit with Essel. Really give us a few more options for the upcoming Talismanic Seal Array. Then we bring in Dark Magician Girl. And I'm going to summon 1 Avantmolf in attack mode and 1 in defense, just in case they have something that would otherwise stop Dark Magician Girl's attack, like the Wise Mode Ruin. Let's go ahead and return 4 monsters. Cards I would actually like to draw again. But no, we're going to keep as many machines in the graveyard as possible for our future effects. But we also aren't removing Dark Magician, since that would be a bad idea. There we go, down to 1100. Let's see if Wolf is able to clear. But they have the negate attack, and things are looking like a loss. Negate attack with a Dragius on board, and even a buff for that Dragius. Absolutely brutal. A second beetle to really seal the deal. And I think that is just game with Dragius itself. The beetles don't even need to attack. Congratulations to our opponent. As you can see, a dark magic attack to destroy that negate attack before beating over the Dragius would have been a game changer. But we weren't able to find the cards in time. Yeah, I know back when Rush Links first started, auto players did enjoy Beetle as a way to play Dragius and win games without being like the Dragon Caster players. And it was definitely just a fun deck because it encourages you to build things differently. Unfortunately, it ended up falling off pretty hard as new cards were introduced without support like 1-up, which would have been great for the deck. Alright, so again, we open with the Bicorn, but the Mirror Innovator is not able to be brought out just yet with its effect. We'll have to do it the normal way. And a Dark Magician Girl is not bad either. Let's go ahead and Magician Shuffle. We reveal DMG. Add Dark Magician to hand. And send it to the graveyard. And we've just successfully milled a card. Meaning on future turns, we are even more likely to find the trap cards we need. I could use Crafter Drone, but we already have a perfect hand. 3 low levels, a 1 tribute, and a 2 tribute. No reason to overcomplicate things. Activate Mirror Innovator, and shuffle back the lone monster with the highest level to inflict maximum piercing damage. 2800 and an additional 300 as we beat over the Primogotorna. End turn. And it seems they are also running Hammer Crush Aggro. That, by the way, is the deck we are going to be trying after Dark Magician. But we aren't going to be running any Primogotornas for sure. Our list is going to be using Barrel Dragon, Dragius, and Trigger Drago. I could run a copy of 7 Shift in there, but I'm not currently. Alright, we see a Light Sorcerer. But do they have a Light Sorcerer of Sanctity? Or are they going to crash into Dragius? Bulgercorn and Hammer Crush, 2 back row removals that don't do anything here. Alright, and they do give up their boss for 2700 damage. Our move. And we draw an unfortunate brick here. The thing is, we know they have the Hammer Crush. So I think the only thing we can do is remove that Boltercorn, deal a little bit of damage, and hope they whiff with their Hammer Crush. As if we're able to resolve the negate attack, we are in a pretty good spot. But otherwise, they are likely to win the game this turn. It is a 1 in 3 gamble. We are advantaged. But will they be able to find it? Let us find out. Hammer Crush targets the Seal Array. And we are safe. A 7 Shift coming down. But I don't mind that. That is just a normal tribute summon of the Barrel Dragon. They use 2 cards from their hand. Barrel Dragon whiffs, Wolf sticking around, and another Light Sorcerer. Let's go and stop this push. And we draw 2 bicorns, which we definitely don't need 2 of them. So let's start off with a crafter drone and see what we get. And we find Dark Magician Girl, but no need to use Dark Magic Attack as they have no back row. Instead, let's look at our graveyard. We have 4 machine type monsters, and we're gonna make it a little bit more. Let's go with Dark Magician Girl over Crafter Drone. Then Bicorn. Bicorn shuffles away 3 monsters. And of course we are going to be keeping our high level Mirror Innovator inside the graveyard, as shuffling it away with the Mirror Innovator in our hand provides a bigger attack boost. And they concede. Mirror Innovator would have pushed in for lethal even without the Seal Ray in our hand. I'll send them a nice, and we will move on. Honestly, when I'm playing the Pure Machine version, I don't think I really use Ultimate Bond that frequently. And a lot of times I have something like an Amigal and a Crafter Drone. So it's really just to unbrick rather than to gain the extra 1000 attack. The Spellcaster variant feels strong. Ultimate Bond probably is better overall, but this is definitely a way, kind of like with Beetle Dragius, if you want to be a little bit off-brand and still have a very powerful deck. Run Magician Shuffle, and you will have access to a ton of great resources. Now, I do have the Negate Attack, which incentivizes me to play this Mirror Innovator early. I'm not going to use Essel, as there's a good chance they are on aggro, and I don't want to put any of my own bosses in the graveyard for them to summon off with Essel. Let us see if our lone Mirror Innovator is able to survive. A Hammer Crush would be an issue. A Dragonic Slayer could be an issue. But we see them entering battle phase with 3 set cards. We are not punished. And now we are in an incredible spot. Crafter Drone. Activate the effect, and they concede. Our second Mirror Innovator was coming down, and they did not have a way to stop it apparently. The deck is able to end games very quickly. And it is the same thing that I think Hell-Tuning Invasion did well. Your opponent is not safe to set 3 and stall for a turn. You're bringing in a Mirror Innovator, or even 2 Mirror Innovators. And sometimes you're even destroying all of their back row. So you are just... like if you get a poor hand, you have a chance to stall for a turn. But if your opponent gets a poor hand, and you are playing the Mirror Innovator deck, they don't get to stall. You are going to run right through them. Alright, we are up first. And this is a pretty reasonable opening hand. Unfortunately, no... nothing too crazy. I am... but they could also be on Blue Eyes, Thunders, this deck as well. And we see an Essel. They might be able to revive one of our own monsters. But no, they find a Torn of the Windweaver. And confirm they are playing Blue Eyes White Dragon. I guess depending on their hand, we might see the Kaiba Man. But I am expecting the Torna. And then, will they actually try to flip summon the Dark Magician? What do I have to say about the final game of the stream? If you're talking about how we are going to switch over to Etrian Odyssey later, so far I have been enjoying it. The game is, relaxing to me, but I think other players could find the gameplay loop to be grindy or boring. But personally, I have been enjoying it. There are a lot of good ways to build your party, and it's always fun to tinker around, and it's basically exactly what I was looking for. I ended up getting the game because I saw one of my other friends playing a Yakuza game, and I was like, I really want to get into a long game. Basically something like a nice traditional RPG. And Etrian Odyssey is nothing if not traditional. It is based or inspired by very old games like Ultima, where you're supposed to bring a piece of graph paper and manually map on yourself. Of course, it is much later in history, and we now have the ability to put the map in the game, but there is still a big focus on it. So we do have a mirror innovator here, and we are able to beat over Blue Eyes. Welcome, Sarah. Adarsh, if you like maximums, go for it. But if you are a budget player, I would not recommend spending all of your gems on that. Bicorn was not live, so we are going to go for the double Sanctity play here. That is not a bad draw. Let us debuff and debuff. Then Tribute Summon. And then we set. And then we need to use Mirror Innovator. Well, I guess we don't have to. Seal Array, returning our non-machines into the deck, for sure. I want to make the Blue Eyes destroyable. And then Mirror Innovator, we're only going to shuffle one. Basically, I want to get the Bolticorn back into the deck so we can use it later. Enter battle and try to swing in. An 8 attack would be pretty devastating here. And we are at just 3,300. So if they manage to find a Soul Drake and a Bright Dragon, Innovator's destroyed, swing, and 3,000 is lethal. Very much able to die this turn. And again, I'm kind of wishing we just had a little bit more in the way of trap cards to protect us. I really think something like a Recital could be a solid pick. We see a Pitcher, but no Sluggers. Alright, but there is the Soul Drake, which is the lethal line. And Issue. And SG. I mean, I am definitely, suffering the consequences of that a little bit. Etrian Odyssey does not give you a ton of detail on the mechanics of your skills. I've had to reclass a couple of times because I didn't know skills could not be critical. Games like Dragon Quest have critical spells, etc. So I invested a ton of points into things that raise my crit chance to get more chances to crit with skills like Blade Rave that attack multiple times. I didn't know that this was happening. We did not get to play any aggro yet. However, I did plan to play another game on stream today. So if this is down, give me a couple of minutes and I will be setting up Etrian Odyssey and we can talk a little bit more about that. We will be back in a couple of minutes. It takes me a couple of minutes just to plug in my Switch and get that loaded not only on my TV, but also in OBS, etc. So let me start. Oh, and it's right after. Okay. So we will be back in just a minute. Is this correct? Okay. It is looking like we are okay. Oh, and apparently I had Splatoon loaded. So give me a second to update. Update the category over on Twitch. Which it is not letting me do from OBS. So it is time to edit the stream info over here instead. And save, and then I'm just gonna go do the quick daily check of the clothes and stuff over in Splatoon. It'll do the update. I'm gonna do my gotcha pull, buy whatever shoes are in the shop, and then we'll be switching immediately over to Etrian Odyssey. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the game, the way it works is, you build a party, kind of like Dungeons and Dragons or any other RPG along that vein. You have your healers, your tanks, your magic dealers, etc. The classes are a little bit non-standard. Things like pirates instead of rogues, monks instead of priests, etc. But overall, they are somewhat analogous. Okay, and Splatoon is done. By the way, I finally beat most of my goals for Splatoon. I didn't actually stream it a ton because my internet connection cannot support streaming and playing Splatoon at the same time, but I was able to reach rank S+ and do most of the table turf that I wanted to do. Splatoon has its own little card game. So if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh fan, you probably aren't going to necessarily be a fan of table turf, but I like anything that has cards to collect and play on a board. It actually does a surprisingly good job of simulating some of the lessons you would learn by playing the Turf War game mode. Like choosing to be aggressive early, filling up your special, etc. But anyway, let's go ahead and load in Etrian Odyssey 3. As you can see, we made it to the first floor of the 5th stratum, and we are level 44. But before I actually explore any further in there, what I would like to do is go back through some of the earlier levels. As if we take a look over on, I actually need to check where on the map it is. We'll start here, but we might just be returning to town once I figure out where exactly it is I am going. So, if we check the map, first floor, you can see over here on the very first floor of the game, there was a locked door that I did not have access to at the time. And that is because you need to unlock the moon key, which I did by clearing the 4th stratum. So we are going to head into the labyrinth and go through the first 4 stratums one more time, picking up all of those bonus items that I wasn't able to pick up until now. I'm expecting there are going to be things relevant to my level. And here's our first room. Looks like it is a treasure room. I'm hoping to basically pick up new equipment. But formaldehyde is an item that can be used to clone or guarantee drops from a boss monster. I've been trying to use them on the bosses of each level, but unfortunately I often don't quite have the ability to do so. I end up being unable to perfectly time the turn I kill them, as the formaldehyde effect only lasts on the one turn you use it. So we cleared that door. Let's check the rest of this dungeon. Floor 2 doesn't appear to have anything unmarked. Floor 3 looks pretty small, but I'm not seeing an empty door we weren't able to go through. Floor 4. Looks like there is one on the 4th floor. Right there in the middle. So we are back to find the entrance to each row. Obviously, we are on the first level of the game right now. So that random encounter is simply going to fold over in a single basic attack. But as we progress through the dungeon, things get exponentially more difficult. Fortunately, as we explore, we are able to find these shortcuts. On the first few floors, they are marked by blue flowers, and it means we're able to cut down on travel time significantly. Often, in order to unlock the shortcut, you need to go through it from behind. So it's not enough to just see the flowers. You need to have actually managed to explore the dungeon successfully. And then, as a reward, you make it a little bit easier for your future voyages. As you can see there, I accidentally went and rotated twice when I only meant to go once. And that is a flaw of the way I am streaming the game from my Switch into the computer. There's a little bit of input lag. So I need to make sure I am careful in battles. Otherwise, I will be accidentally I will accidentally click the wrong button. This is a boss of the floor, but as I said, it is very early game. So we're able to clear it this time in 2 turns. We'll go ahead and take this shortcut, though it looks that I am going the long way. Now that I am getting a better look at the whole level. Like, there were some shortcuts here I could have taken instead. These mushrooms, when you kill them, have a chance to poison your party. But as long as I clear the battle in 1 turn, there is nothing to worry about. Let's go ahead down to floor 4, where we see our next door. And if you look at the map above my head, you'll notice there is potentially a lot to explore here. So, I think there is a fairly good chance we are going to be running into level appropriate enemies right after this. And unfortunately, I once again messed up on the rotations. Hopefully that doesn't mean the mini boss is able to catch up. But as you can see, it is getting closer. But we managed to dodge out of its path. And here we go. What is going to be on floor number 4? It is indeed a whole area to explore. Oh, what is this? However, it is impassable from the side. So either there is even more to find, or we will get there as we explore around this way. Alright, we see someone chasing towards us. But are they able to get over the water? Looks like they might have a set path back and forth in that area. So we are able to ignore them for now and start traveling this way. And these are new enemies. I am not familiar with them. So let's go over how my party works. In the front slot, I have an Igdroid. And these are big, tanky classes. And I have subclassed my tank as an archer. The archer has access to the front mortar skill. It is able to deal incredible damage, but they need to be in the front row in order to do so. And as a squishy archer, you're not going to be able to use that effectively, but by putting it as a subclass. My guy is tanky, and then is able to fire off their subclass skill. This here is the monk. They are primarily a healer, but in auto battles, they are also able to provide buffs. I would say more than a priest. They are actually more similar to Dungeons and Dragons bards. Next up is the pirate. And Pincushion is just a powerful attack based on speed. And it's able to hit 1 to 3 times. So there is a little bit of random chance in it. But that's not too bad. Then we have our very standard Elemental Mage. And finally, we have a Ninja. Ninjas have a special ability, which reduces the amount of mana on all of their skills. Then, they are subclassed as a Mage. And the Mage has an ability that will lower the mana of all skills in a row to 0. So by combining these, I'm able to spend 1 mana to allow all 3 of my other characters to attack. Without spending anything. And that was actually a lot easier than I thought. Maybe I had seen the Starry Slugs before, and they aren't that threatening. The Venomfly, though, was indeed a new monster. What are the character names? Ben K is so the Igdroids are kind of robotic. So I named them after Super Heavy Samurai, Big Ben K. Luca reminded me somewhat of the Vocaloid. It's not a very close match. Is there a way to see the portraits? Basically, I saw the big twin tails. So I was like, oh, like Miku. And then, I was like, but it's pink. So I chose the pink one instead. Cassidy is a reference to Butch Cassidy, the outlaw, but also, Cassidy from Pokemon, who's named after the same one. This character, the mage, is actually named after Nail and his Setsuri. So I shortened it to Setsu. And Octavio is is the final boss of Splatoon. And I don't know why, this guy gives me Octavio vibes. I couldn't tell you exactly why, though. So, this area has not been as dangerous as I thought it would be. At least so far. Yeah, these are all pretty level appropriate enemies. Oh, but that poison was huge. Fortunately, we managed to survive the attack. Okay, so the Venomfly, not super strong, but apparently able to put in a huge amount of poison damage if I let it. And then I don't know what's going to be in that foe's bubble, so we are going to try to go around and avoid it. And we'll see what is this way in. Oh, it's just a dead end. That is not super promising. I think we might have to fight it in order to progress. Oh, but it looks like it walks back and forth. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. So we just wait 1, let it turn around, and then we can progress right through it as it's going the other direction. And I'm fine with that. Alright, 2 Venomflies. But we saw they didn't have a ton of HP, so I think we are going to auto-battle. Wait, this is way more than I thought. Okay. I do need to take the Venomflies apparently very seriously. Fortunately, we do have... Wait, where are my nectars? I apparently did not buy new nectars. And that means we are simply escaping. And we are forced to try again. And that is what I get for my hubris. Let's go ahead and sell the items we picked up along the way. It's not a ton. But we now know to be better prepared. We want to pick up some items. Definitely want to grab a couple of nectar. And I actually have better nectars for sale now. I have plenty of money. So we will grab those. Fortunately, if I actually take the fight seriously, it won't be a big deal. Oh, does the treatment actually do a full heal? In that case, let's just do that and head back into the dungeon right away. Force entrance. And I will save as well. I don't want to lose any progress. Even if it was just chip XP. Force entrance, labyrinth, and we could theoretically go to the undersea grotto and go up from floor 6. Wait, no. Yeah, it was on floor 4. So if we go this way, it should be much faster than going through the first 3 floors again. Ascend up the stairs, and where are we? Not really that far along. We are able to go fight the first boss of the game again if we really wanted to. But I think I already used formaldehyde on it, so it's not that pressing. So instead, let's just go around safely. We can sneak right through by going down this secret passage. When you fight them the first time, you have to use them to form a sneak attack. But now they are just to make it easy to avoid the enemies here. Sorry you weren't able to do your 1v1 Paco. I also was unprepared for the maintenance. We didn't get to play any aggro. And yes, this is a pretty long game, for sure. I'm definitely not doing it the most efficiently by any stretch of the imagination. But it does take a while to get through it all. I'm sure someone more experienced than I am would be better at it. I also spend a ton of... I'm the type of player to spend hours just going through the skill menu and trying to figure out how things work. If you actually planned out your build ahead of time, that too would significantly reduce the amount of knowledge required. Okay, so we know that the venom flies are definitely the most important thing to deal with. Fortunately, we can use Protect Order to provide us with insulation from the poison. And there they go. We can auto attack on turn 2 and we will be fine. So we are already back to where we needed to be. Accidentally went 1 square too far, but that is fine. Let's just keep on trucking. And here's another encounter, this time 2 venom flies. Front mortar. Let's gain that poison immunity. And fight. So they don't have a ton of HP. As long as we're using our skills and not just doing the basic auto attacks, we're able to clear them out pretty quickly before the poison is able to beat us up. I am pretty interested in seeing what is behind the wandering foe here. Oh. And I might actually have to fight it. I mean, we can let it go. But yeah, you can see it's right back where we were trying to get to. And if we go like this, it's going to go 1, 2, wait, and then 1, 2, and we just barely managed to get past it. I think if we manage to clear out the rest of the level, we'll go over to it again, make a little quick save, and then fight it. And if we lose, we'll have the backup save to be able to not lose all of our progress. And I'm assuming this loops around over to where those treasures were earlier. Oh, but maybe it's here instead. I was just thinking about where I saw those treasure chests. And I happened to turn around and be at exactly the right spot. Let's go ahead and claim it. A Vigor Book. That is a permanent stat increase to my character. Sounds useful, but I never actually know where to use those items most effectively. So I often end up, not using them at all. Let me know if anyone else is like that. I've tried to get better at it, as I get older, but I honestly can't say I'm that great with it. Okay, another foe is over there. Oh, but we're able to hold off by going this way, and then this counts as 2 steps, so they'll go right past us. That's a pretty clever design. Unfortunately, we are blindsided, and every turn in battle also counts as a turn in the overworld. So if we do not defeat these in time, we are going to get chased down by that enemy. So let's go all in and make sure we're able to clear them as effectively as possible. Pincushion is able to clear out 2 of them, and we finish it on our first attacking turn. And now we escape from whatever that dangerous monster would be. We know there is a path out over this way, as we found it earlier. So we want to make sure we unlock that, and then we can head right back in. And then, is there anything interesting over here? It doesn't look like it. We can't cross the water, and none of these walls had an event. So it was just a little bit more of exploration. Alright, that is a huge pack of monsters. But we already know the starry slugs are not that relevant. I think if we do this properly, there is a pretty good chance of clearing it in 1 turn. Unfortunately, the pincushion missed out on the venom fly, but we managed to take it out with our other options. So let's loop around here. And see where it leads. I'm kind of expecting it to just loop around this thing. You can see we have 2 different areas we were able to go down. Oh, but no, it goes the other direction. Quite interesting. And we get a preemptive attack. So for the first turn, we will just auto attack and see how much damage we deal. And that was plenty. I'm sure we've got it. No mana spent. And then we just explore down here. And it looks like we have actually reached the end of where this door is supposed to lead. Except there's another door here. I am a little bit afraid of a random boss battle getting triggered, so we are making a quick save. But what is in here? Oh, we should also make sure we mark the door. No, I'm pretty sure this is Mirror Innovator's homeland. He must be a little bit behind on the anime Paco. Wait, so why is there nothing in this room at all? Maybe, I would assume this is something like, it is a place for a boss battle. But maybe it's like a post-game dungeon. Because otherwise, this is just weird. To have an entire room with no purpose. With that done, I suppose we loop around. And we do still need to travel south of there. And we also did see, wait, is this a wall? Because from that room, we were able to see a treasure box. So maybe that room existed to let us know about the passageway here. And there's a reward. But it's, again, just kind of a random item. I was really hoping to find nice equipment to make our team stronger. Monsters, make sure we front mortar the actual threat. And then attack order, pincushion, thunder, and ether. My height is a total complete mystery. It looks like it might be 826 pixels. For the visible portion. And then, I mean, that has to be like what? A third of the body? So I'm gonna go somewhere between 2,000 and 2,400 pixels. Or maybe up to 3,000. So we are going to loop around here. And it's just a straight shot down. But we have to wait one more time, so that'll rotate around. And then we sneak past it, and we see what is behind here. I kind of expect it to be absolutely nothing. Like, it might just be a way to hide away from the enemy monster. Also, I never did actually check. They do have a bonus item. So I am playing this game without any prior knowledge. But I do have a list of conditional drops. Just because I wouldn't ever figure it out any other way. And it says I need to kill them with volt damage, which is what I am using if my binary barrage actually finishes them off. And we managed to get the scales from the venom fly. Hopefully there is something nice there. And as expected, another dead end. Which means, the only thing left to do is turn our attention towards the glowing orange ball. Open up the menu, and we want to make a quick save first. And now let us see what awaits us here. Wait, is it this? No. Okay. So they back in one of the other stratums, they had a very similar looking monster, but it was much weaker and not named Calamity God. So we're going to take this one a little bit more seriously. We don't know what it's weak to, so let's start by simply using Ether with this, and then we're gonna unlock our true potential with the ninja's Nimpo double skill, and this creates a second one. And this means we are now going in. We've used attack order to boost our damage, but now we need to heal up. And I have party heal. We've charged, which will do triple damage on the pincushion. And then we are going to cast Meteor, the strongest spell in the game. And now that we have doubled up our ninja is able to use Dark Ether on both rows simultaneously. Alright, and they have a defense lowering attack. That is threatening. But we can prepare for this. With our guard order, we are able to raise the defense of our squad. Let's bring down another meteor and keep up the dark ethers on both rows. That way our meteors and our front mortars will continuously swing in. We're gonna go for another party heal. And it is time to pincushion. As you can see, we are most of the way through this battle. I think if we manage to outspeed it consistently. We might take it down. Oh, but we actually end up missing with several attacks. And Pincushion only gets in one swing instead of its 3. Meaning we did not make nearly as much progress as I was anticipating. Alright, but it wastes its turn on a glare. We heal up and take it down. Yeah, 2 feet sounds about right. So we've discovered a new monster. And we were actually able to beat it up fairly easily. Which means, I think we go ahead and fight the other one as well to finish mapping out the dungeon. We are going to, of course, get another quick save, just in case anything goes terribly wrong. But let's go in and fight this one as well. We actually get a free turn to prepare, which is nice of them. We're definitely gonna go for the attack order, and then a Berserker Vow. And this time, Dark Ether here while we set up the double. As you can see, our Cassidy went very low, but we have our heals available. So let's go ahead and do that. We have the full heal, specifically to counteract the damage taken by Berserker Vow. And then it is time to start with our Dark Ether doubled up power. Alright, an onrush happens, but all of our team is able to survive it. Let's go for a party heal, and we've used Berserker Vow and Charge. This should be incredible damage coming off of Pincushion, but it is variable. It all comes down to whether it hits 1 to 3 times, but we get in for 1800. Our party heal comes in after the onrush, but it doesn't choose to actually use it this time, keeping us safe. By the way, it appears to be a little bit weak, or resistant, I mean, to the meteor. So I am going to be trying, going for a different attack. Let's use Volt Star and see how it goes. And then we will also, rather than Ether the back row, we'll just make it more likely to target the Benkei. And it actually works out. We end up defeating it, no problem. But we miss out on the drop again. I'm definitely not going to be sitting here and grinding against it all day. So let's see where our next Moon Key use would be. 5th floor is surprisingly small, but I don't see any unopened doors. Floor number 6, looks to be similar. Wait, no. There it is. At the end of floor number 6, there is another option, which means it's time to head back to town. And we will heal the party just because, it doesn't really cost anything to do it. 200 gold is insignificant when we have over 100,000. Doing so also saves the game, but I'm paranoid and always do it again anyway. And then we can just enter from the second stratum. In a secret grotto, and we need to go down 1 extra floor to get over to the Moon Key. Which means we go this way. And then there's a shortcut here. And then we go south. And we'll find another shortcut immediately afterwards. Yeah, the gold starts off somewhat important. It is what you use to upgrade your armor and your weapons, but I do have a member of my party, the Zodiac, which is mostly focused on exploration abilities. And you get all these items after fighting monsters that you can sell for additional money. So by this point in the game, I have basically everything I would want. And like in Duel Links, other materials are often the bottleneck if you do want to upgrade. Yes, so the farmer does have an item that increases the drop rate, similar to pick up in Pokemon. But then there are also these nodes scattered across the map, where you're able to mine for materials, but you need someone with skill points invested in it. And that is where the farmer comes in, as they have skills that are more efficient at that than the other classes. So it looks like we are going this way. We get blindsided, but they only deal under 20 damage each. SG, I did have a Master Duel account when it launched. But after playing for a couple months, I ended up quitting for, I think it was Pokemon at the time, is what I ended up with. There's not really enough time to play 3 different TCGs competitively. And right now, it is of course Duel Links. But I don't have anything against Master Duel. It's just not really a format I'm as interested in as other options. And we see 2 Iron Turtles, but I am familiar with these monsters, so if they are just regular second stratum monsters, they aren't going to be able to do very much to us, which means it is auto battle time. It will take a few turns to defeat them due to their resistance and relatively high defense, but okay. I wasn't expecting a staircase upwards. Let's go ahead and see what is over here. And I'm going to start off upwards just because it connects over to the rest of the dungeon. So I know there will be more turns around that area soon. Oh, and once again, random foes are just kind of chilling out around here. Looks like it is forcing me this way. And we get blindsided by this berserker. I definitely need to kill it in 1 turn. Otherwise, the other monster will catch up. And we will be in a bad spot, as I am not prepared for whatever is behind that monster. Wait, okay. Wait. Why did it not die? Are we already fighting the boss? I would like to escape. I need to reevaluate. Where are we? How did it catch up? Is there another one? Okay. Well, as long as I'm healed beforehand, I don't mind fighting it. So let's just drop a round of healing. And then we will save and battle the monster. Much like the elephant from the last one, I should be able to prepare by using these prevent orders. And as long as we don't fall asleep, we should be able to tickle it down over time. Monica says, I've been streaming for 2 hours, could have been here the whole time. Yeah, so we were, oh, I actually forgot to ping today. That is a great point. It just completely slipped my mind to actually send out the announcement. That is my bad. But to answer Paco's question, I am planning on adding new emotes over time. I just haven't been really able to sit down and figure out what I wanted to do. So I actually uploaded a community challenge thing on Twitch because I don't have any other real use for the channel points, the little free stuff that you get for watching. So I was like, I'll just set a challenge thing, and then whenever that thing is finished is when I will actually decide to go ahead and make the emote. Or I'll do it when it expires if that doesn't work out. Anyway, I should probably use another prevent order. Well, I can see if it's still active. Okay, it wore off. So we will charge again. And with Octavio asleep, we need to use Dark Ether on Setsu. Oh, you know what? I think, SG might have been right. I might have mistyped this. This might say Seshi. In which case, whoops. And Pinkishin finishes off the boss. And we actually get the drop from this one, which is nice. As it is gone, so we have no reason not to explore south. And see where the lines take us. Looks like a dead end. And then I guess I will go this way. I'm assuming either way I am going to need to backtrack. Oh, whoa, okay. Wait, oh, they are just fast. Okay, that is what's going on. But we know we can beat it, so let's just start off with prevent order. And then charge our pincushion. And we can actually look at what it beats or is resistant to now. Looks like bash damage is resisted again. Unfortunately. But I don't want this guy to fall asleep again, so we are going to double up. And one of them falls asleep, but the other doesn't, which is good enough for me. I want to heal up the party. And then we charge, so we should pincushion. And then Volt Star and Ether up the front row. And now it is just a matter of time. We don't really want to set up another prevent order, so everybody doesn't randomly fall asleep. But another charge into pincushion should be pretty strong. I'll go for the attack order this time. And then pincushion, Volt Star, and the other Octavio is awake. So now it is the one using it. And pincushion in for 3 hits. And it is down. Yeah, I don't know how exactly the system on Twitch works. I think it is a 2,000 limit per day. I actually also didn't know what to actually set it to. How many points do you all have? Like, I don't know how many you earn per hour. So I just chose what I thought sounded like a big number. But I'm guessing since I haven't actually had anything to redeem them with, they are just kind of sitting there as well. Oh, and you get more for subscribing. That is a pretty good point. I mean, if you have any suggestions on what I should be doing with them, like more things you can redeem them for, feel free to offer some suggestions. Oh, and this only goes one way. Okay. So then I will explore this way. Seems like it should be okay. And then I bet this is also a one-way road. And I am correct. So we go like that, and then we try it one more time. We will go over here and explore up. And see what it brings us to. Oh, another one. I'm going to assume that is a one-way passage. But there's not anywhere else to go but this way. So as long as we don't run immediately in— oh, hello. Right, and they are faster. And they struck from behind, so they get a bonus turn. No problem. We will prevent order. And start charging up. We know Volt Star works fine. But I kind of want to start blasting them with meteors. So let's Dark Ether and double. Unfortunately, one of our Octavios is always asleep. And I need to keep up the prevent order for the front row. It is a little bit more important. So we are forced to just Volt Star. Unless we're able to get both Octavios awake at the same time. And now we also need to heal. So we launch out a party heal. Or actually, I could do the protect order. And then we charge Volt Star, and both are actually awake. Wait, okay. And that means we are able to meteor for hopefully some pretty big damage. Ether the front row and Ether the back. Oh, but our meteor user falls right asleep. Make one of the emotes, VTuber with the pog, like a shocked face. Okay. And then a Candy emote. I do like Candy, but I am also racist against psychics until they get good. But what would the Candy be doing? Is the major question. Protect and attack are online. So then we just go here, Pincushion, and this should be finishing the battle. Dark Ether, Protection. So true. Oh, and then one more way to get over there again. Okay. And we come up here, and we can see what else is around. Oh, it looks like this should actually be a two-way passage. But if I am wrong, that's gonna suck. Okay, no, it is. So we are able to mark that and then keep on our way. Oh, but it looks like another dead end here. And this one doesn't lead up. So maybe this way. Wait, but now the big walrus is here again. So we are trying to escape its wrath. Oh, is it another set of these? It looks like it might just be another row of this thing. So this one is there. Is there one here as well? I think so. And I recognize all of these enemies. As you can see, they are registered. And if it is a registered enemy, there is no reason to spend time thinking about the battle. So we just mark the hallway. And we continue traveling down. I'm not really sure what the point of this whole section is. Wait, oh, there wasn't an inspect here. But there is one here. Okay. So we can mark it as well. But there has to be something at the end of this all. Otherwise, why bother? Alright, and again, we see a weird door. Will there actually be anything behind this one? Or will it be another big empty room? Just in case, we are going to make a save. And then we open up. And it's looking like another empty boss room. And this one doesn't even have the decency to show off a treasure chest location. Maybe I am not meant to be here yet or something. Even though I unlocked the moon key. So we can let that one go. But I could also just fight it. I mean, we have not been having any difficulties clearing out these monsters. So I might as well just engage. Psychics are bad. And that is why I don't play them. We only support good decks in this household. Let's double Octavio. Oh, but Octavio dies. Which means time to try it again. Eventually they will target someone else. Or use the sleep attack. As expected. Prevent, and then charge one more time. Volt Star and Ether with Octavio. Okay. Not so bad. Yeah, Magician Shuffle. The upcoming Tier 1 deck that's going to win the World Championship qualifiers. For sure. And we finish up the fight once again with no issues. So if we look at the map, this area has been pretty well mapped out, barring this zone down here. So I suppose we are simply just walking back over there. And I would say I am pretty disappointed with the results of using this moon key on things. I was expecting either more interesting enemies or more interesting rewards. But it is just a bunch of empty boss rooms that I simply do not really understand the point of. Oh, and these dead ends that don't do anything. All of the time in the normal map, you will have these branches that lead to the dead ends. But when you do, they then turn into like little adventuring points where you're able to have like a random event happen. And our party's at full HP. Let's go ahead and fight the Berserker. This should hopefully be the last one. Front mortar, prevent order, charge, Ether, and split. Moonfangs not doing all that much damage. And now we are set up. I can actually prevent order the back row as well. And then Pincushion and Meteor will go off seamlessly. I could theoretically also set up a heal instead, but I am more worried about the Lullaby of Rest. Front mortar, another protection, charge, and until something happens. No reason not to spam the ethers. I will say I put a ton of points investing into Meteor, but it turns out to not be all that strong. I feel like my charge pincushion strategy is already doing more, and I could spend that back row slot on something better. Like 70 times 4 is 280. And that is what one strike of pincushion is dealing. And pincushion can hit 3 entire times. Okay. A hammer is at least a permanent upgrade to my weapons that I am able to attach with forges. Hammers are a decent reward for exploring, even if it isn't necessarily the one I end up choosing to use. Like, it's nice to have it unlocked. Alright, and here we go. A small crack. But it is, again, only one way. I guess it was just a way to dodge the, boss on the way up to there. But it means we are done with this floor. All we have to do is add the stairs back, which I believe are right here. And they lead down. So then that is floor number 5 explored. Where is the next moon key available? Not seeing anything here. But I apparently did leave a note on one of these tiles, so I want to see what it says. Oh, okay. It was something we needed for an event earlier in the game. Floor 7. Not seeing any locked doors here. Technically a small unexplored part where there was a boss that would not be much of a threat anymore. And nothing here either. So, 3rd stratum. Where to go? 9th floor is fine. 10th floor, this one is definitely an unexplored room. We went there a little bit for the story, but there are several tiles and maybe like a treasure chest, which means it is time to warp out of the dungeon. And we'll head over to, to recover. Okay, actually, I have played, obviously, the Blue Eyes with Red Eyes. I have not tried it with Magician Shuffle, since I figured it would be a little bit harder to actually get the Dark Magician onto the board. But I would be willing to try that. I do need to set up, a Blue Eyes stream for tomorrow anyway. Technically, somebody already paid me, to go get the 3rd structure. But I am currently handling things with my bank before I do that. But that should be resolved tomorrow. So I will be streaming Blue Eyes, and if you want me to throw in that variant, I don't mind. Anyway, let us heal our party and then head over. Oh wait, I should also empty my inventory of all the random pickups that we had. And I'm hopeful that the scales and metallic fur lead to interesting items. Thought process is, if these enemies are only available after we reach the moon key, it should mean we are getting items appropriate for our actual level. And we see here we unlock the Nyan, which is 312 attack up to 389, and 2 more extra options for enhancements. Definitely gonna take this roughly 25% upgrade. Then we see Leg Eater is a gun for Buccaneer. Unfortunately, we already have the Jolly Roger, which is a very strong rapier we got from a optional boss. So I don't think we need Leg Eater. We did also see a new armor 76 defense, and resistance to all 3 of the main attacking types. Definitely going to grab that. What is our defense even at right now? Somewhere around 200. So it is still a 13% increase. And then were there anything else? Just belts and items. Nothing crazy. And we can go ahead and sell the other options as we have now dealt with them. Do we need this? I mean, a full row heal is good. Formaldehyde, we don't need 2 of them in the party. But it'll be fine to actually have. Speaking of the Vigor book we reached earlier, we are gonna go ahead and use that. And we'll just make our tank tankier. Seems like a reasonable plan to me. Then we can come over here and store the items we don't need. Like the formaldehyde and the special items. And then those chips are part of a quest, but I haven't been able to find the other item I need to turn it in. So they have just been sitting in the party useless. Yeah, I definitely don't plan to be pay to win. Like, I'm not going to be doing anything with multiple gold rush or 7 shift unless someone else is paying for it. But I also don't really care. I don't think you even need 7 shift or multiple gold rush. So I'm also not like fiending to try to get the donations. Like, I think machines that won the event, was it yesterday? Whenever we hosted. They were only running 1 7 shift and 1 gold rush. I have considered picking up the second copy just because it was only 4 packs left in the box, but I know it also is going to release later. Like, the way the selection boxes work is the reason they are paywalled, is because they're supposed to be like sneak previews of upcoming boxes. However, obviously, when we have things like the World Championship Qualifier, it could end up becoming mandatory if they printed, say, Dark Revelation in a selection box, and you wanted to win the Goha Rush Festival. You are going to be paying for those cards, is kind of what I am afraid of. Siesta Torero, Spark Arts Girl, and 7 Shift, etc. Are not mandatory 3-ofs, so it is kind of okay the first time around. But there's always a chance for a bad selection box to be around the corner whenever they decide, which is why I'm really wary of it. I went the wrong way. It is up this direction. And since we are passing by a harvest point, I might as well also pick up the bonus items. It's only 1 or 2 squares out of the way. So here is a vegetation spot, and this is where you need the farmer in order to actually obtain any items. Otherwise, they are just kind of useless here. I'm sure an optimal party for beating the game contains 0 farmers. And if you look online, all the players are saying to go make like a backup set of characters that are all farmers. But I'm not a huge fan of grinding, despite playing a game that is a slow roll like this one. So I have not done that. Alright, so now we are in this room. But it doesn't appear that there is anything here, which is odd. Okay. Apparently there is an NPC. So we just need to go here and see what they have to say. Hopefully we didn't, like, accidentally free them by opening the door. The creature is here. Okay. Let's see what they say. The eldest one laughs, but the expression darkens, as if remembering. Humans are meat and drink. Is the big, bad, evil boss of the game having a change of heart? Or are they simply trying to trick us into dying and getting a nice little game over? You know, this character is just like the average Yu-Gi-Oh player. They have met a girl once. You know, just the one time. I'll just go with yes. Sure, why not? The eldest one mutters to himself. Apparently, this alien being has gender. Kind of was not expecting that. And points to the pack before continuing quietly. The Sky Bowl belongs to them. Interesting. Are we supposed to do something with these? The shard and Sky Bowl fly into the air and releases a blinding light, suffusing the room. Obtained porcelain offering. What does this mean? Present this to the princess. But where is the princess? I feel like they left. Tell her it is a gift. So the princess was part of the eldest one's schemes, apparently. And leans against the wall should the princess encounter. So the king is possessed by the tree, apparently. Okay. So I think the alien is still saying they're gonna kill us. But they're like, here, go help these people out, and then I will kill you myself. When we've delivered the offering, deliver this. So I guess we have been corrupted by the alien overlord. Wait, I don't remember what it said, because I clicked A too quickly. After meeting the princess, the otherworldly brand will guide us. Okay. Poga says, had to hope that they release the cards soon. Onomatopoeia was a huge card, came in a selection, and got released a year later. Yeah, I know, like, it's like one exclusive from a selection box per new additional box. So if they release 5 or 6 new cards, it takes them quite a while before we actually get to see the result. And I think that might have been the last Moon Key area. And that means we are heading to the 5th stratum. After we warp out of here. Or maybe the princess is in here. Oh. apparently we are trying to save the princess. Well, I mean, I guess that is vaguely what we're supposed to be doing. Poison Forest is a sanctuary. And I guess we are the only ones allowed in the stratum. No missions, nothing to report. But we can update the item compendium. Then we can head over to the port and just see what the new things can say. I don't usually get anything particularly interesting from here. I wonder if we unlocked any quests from doing that cutscene. I suppose not. That is not how an abacus works, actually. Oh, and wrong one. We don't actually need to heal again, as our party will heal passively as we walk around the dungeon, thanks to the monk. So we instead head back to the other city because there was a cutscene here. I'm also expecting there to be a cutscene in the other palace as well. So we save, enter the palace, and see what they say. Oh. People's looking at Olympia are gone. So I guess that was, a trigger. I do think, earlier in the game, we had to pick between the two cities. And I'm thinking we might have just ended up on a third route. So probably getting a bit of extra, dialogue or an alternate boss for the end. And there is a door, so definitely this way. Let's mark it on the map. And let's see what lies beyond. Wait. Our party actually does not have anything getting mapped now. Interesting. The rotten fruit are fine. I think they might inflict poison or something. Oh, but binds are totally fine. Those don't deal any damage or stop us from attacking. And we got a new item on top of it all. That was weird. I don't know why the map didn't update for that room. Could be a bug, could mean the room is important for something later in the game. Like, it seems the right size and everything. And I was actually really expecting there to be a teleport here. Or like a secret passage. But instead, we find a gathering spot. So we grab some extra items to gain later. You can tell the gathering spots because they have those sparkling effects on the ground. I will go ahead and mark it in case I need to come back later. And we head back up. And there's only one way to go, which is north. I think we are good. Unless we see something bad happening, we will auto-battle the random encounters. Alright, and we lost an item. We lost our reviver. Unfortunately. So I suppose I should be paying a little bit more attention. But that is fine. We have the nectar. And we can go ahead and drop a line heal. which will make our entire party back at full health. It's only inconvenient if Luca specifically is the one to go down. Anyone else, we are able to just revive with the monk's power. But we will take this one more seriously. Go ahead, drop an attack order. Pincushion and Dark Ether. And a tree rat goes down in 1 round. I just assume the auto battle option is always going to be faster, but we definitely are more efficient if we use our skills. And with the Dark Ether, it doesn't even really cost any resources. So it's just me being lazy that is getting me killed. Anything here? No, teleports again. Pretty surprising. Double tree rat. Mortar, attack buff, pincushion, swing, and mana reduction. 1 down, and so is the other. And another big old door to go through. I wonder if this one will actually do anything. I'm also afraid at any point we are going to run into a boss. But this is only the first floor of the stratum, so it should be relatively safe. Forgot to put down a door marker. And I do see a foe in the middle of the room. Is it following me? No, it doesn't appear to be. Wait, maybe. I think it's just slow, but it does follow. Oh, and that is a new enemy. So we will provide some amount of caution in the fight. At this point, I think my party is basically set up to deal with single targets very effectively, though. So it moves, and then it pauses, right? I want to get right through it. And that means we get to explore the rest of the room relatively safely. I'm not actually trying to fight it. I just wanted to mark all of those sections by walking over it. We'll actually deal with it later. I'm guessing it is pretty difficult given it is the floor we are going on. Basically, you're not supposed to fight those until you are done with the rest of the floor that they appear on. And the levels you get from exploring the dungeon help make up the difference in battling it. Though, I mean, I could always do a quick save. What is the worst that could happen? Quick save, successful. Open the door, and we're going in. That looks pretty cool. I'm gonna start with a guard order, because I am a little bit afraid of it throwing down a big attack. Then our main, okay. That was not so bad. Front order, then protect order, pincushion, meteor, and double dark ether. And then let's see what it does. It swings in only 100 damage. And our meteors are actually going in effectively this time. I think the other monsters we were fighting were actually just kind of, immune. And it's actually almost down. Our party appears to be doing quite well against what should be a mini-boss here. The builds are finally really coming together. It says, the shrines keep resembling shortcuts. For sure. but I have actually noticed, after the first or second stratum with the blue flowers, a lot of them don't look identifiable at all anymore. I don't know if that's something that's true in the previous or later games. But I actually, in order to find a shortcut, what I normally do is I see like this is where the map starts. And then I just assume the shortcuts will be whenever I'm adjacent to it. Since I know most of the shortcuts are mostly just for, getting through the levels faster. And yes, after I unlocked a class halfway through the game, after clearing the third stratum, I decided to go ahead and try the new class. But in order to reclass one member, they lose half of their levels. So I decided to, so I reclassed everyone, so I wouldn't have like one random member who was way earlier. Who was way lower leveled. There we go. That is what I was trying to say. So currently I am using, the Etrian, which is the class that I unlocked halfway through the game. And they seem pretty tanky, so I made them an arbalist to be able to use front mortar. Instead of just having a squishy archer there. Then, in order to use front mortar, I noticed how much it cost. So I wanted to have a dark ether user. So I chose the ninja because they are able to, reduce the cost of dark ether to 1. Allowing me to just freely click front mortar. My sovereign is now, main class as a monk, but is still a sovereign. My farmer is still here, but is main class Zodiac. And my gladiator switched over to, Buccaneer for pincushion. Since it seemed the closest thing to Blade Rave. And that was basically how I ended up making the that was the design process. I started with the Igdroid, then I wanted to fuel front mortar, and then I wanted my other classes, but I wanted them to not be the same main class. So I could get more experience using all of the other classes that the game has to offer. Let's do a quick line heal to undo the damage from the last battle. Alright, we see another door up here. But I feel like I missed an area. I guess not. I must have looped around and gotten it eventually. So, save. So, what other games are in the genre? I'm actually not super familiar. What is the general strategy? It's just, really good at single target damage, I guess. I figured most of the bosses were gonna be big guys. So I wanted single target attacks like front mortar, or multi-attacks like pincushion that can strike the same target multiple times. But yeah, I was just trying to have, as many different classes as possible. I ended up doubling up with a Zodiac main and a Zodiac sub, but that was only because the only other option that I haven't used yet is Wildling. And I wanted the ninja to be able to clone itself, so I didn't have a spot for the summons. And my front row especially was crowded. I was initially planning on having the monk use party heal every turn, and it would have needed the dark ether support to do that. But it ended up not really being how things worked out. In practice, I ended up clicking on attack order, guard order, etc. And again, we are no longer getting the map going. I wonder why. Fruit pack is fine. Like the idea behind focusing on single target attacks is that the random encounters shouldn't be an issue. I should be preparing for bosses. And against large, big guys, I mostly just want the best single target damage I can find. I didn't want to have an AoE attacker, so the Zodiac has it as an option. Where am I? Map, and then apparently there's a passage over here. Oh, it's a treasure room. Okay. Treasure box logged. Are there any more secret passages? Doesn't look like it. So we can go down and back up. I'd say the main benefit of having the second Zodiac is that I'm able to cast Dark Ether. Even on a turn, I want to have the ninja clone itself. And the ninja itself is able to Dark Ether both rows, allowing me to use Meteor or other spells at no cost. But I've actually found the Zodiac to be really underwhelming. I don't know if I'm just building it wrong, but I feel like all the other characters do a lot more for the team. But I'm also not really sure what I would replace it with. I kind of want something that could inflict status effects and binds. Just because I want to be able to get those random conditional drops on enemies. And it's already a subclass farmer anyway. So a dedicated utility thing wouldn't be a terrible use of its slot. But yeah, I'm guessing it probably just wants me to manually map this out. It's like we're in the 5th stratum, we're not holding your hand anymore. If you want to fully map it, you'll need to do it yourself, kind of thing. Oh, and it's looking like I might have gone the right way, which isn't really what I wanted to do. I was hoping to map out all of the wrong directions first to minimize the amount of extra backtracking. Binary. And no special drops on that, so we can just Dark Ether and swing on in. Pretty weak turn from us. But we managed to take it out on the next one. I guess we will go here. Oh, another door. I guess I am prepared for whatever is behind it. Save successful. I want another one of these. How rude. So we know blue. And then I don't know which way I'm facing. Oh, and we went one too much rotated. Oh, and that is a new monster. Then I'm gonna focus it down first. Never know what they might throw at you. Whereas the tree rats are just kind of basic attackers, from what I can tell. Alright, but it goes down in one hit. we get the fur for whatever the new item is. And we get a door out of there. Mark it on the map at the very least. And then we proceed. And what are we going to find today? Another door. But before we take it, let's check this way. Because the doors are kind of annoying. Another basic encounter. I wonder if I should probably, at this point of the game, be using the equivalent to whatever the repels are. Because it's not like these battles are challenging. But also, I feel like if I don't do them, I'm not going to be ready for whatever the actual boss is. So it is a bit of a lose-lose situation. I can either fight a bunch of not particularly interesting battles, or I can be woefully unprepared for the boss. This is yet another reason why I think Monster Sanctuary is such a good game. As it basically has enemies you can choose to encounter, and the game is balanced around fighting every mob one time. Alright, and I think we should be able to take it out with auto attacks on the next turn. We have gotten pretty far off from the start of this zone. But I have noticed we are slowly making our way to the first room's shortcut. So that's not so bad. Eventually we will make it there and be able to come back and fill in whatever we didn't find on the first run through. Door open. 1, 2. I want to say it is 4. Oh, and we apparently ran into a foe while I wasn't looking. Let's set up a protect order, and we will charge as well. We have to take this one seriously, so we are going to use double. Amputate. We actually managed to survive the attack. No problem. So let's do an attack order then. No, I should probably heal the party. Just in case Ben-K goes down. Charge was used, so we need to use that. And then Meteor can be spammed with a double Dark Ether. And it looks like our heal came in after the attack, putting us in a pretty good spot. And then I think we just repeat the actions. Dark Ether is ready to go, and our damage is set up. And there is the exit. Turn around so I can properly log the exit door. Okay. And I think this ought to be a direct path towards the shortcut. And presumably that means the next floor is this direction as well. And that looks like stairs to me. Okay. Log shortcut. Head back this way. Go over here. And we can mark it. I'll just auto battle this one. Well, actually, Luca took damage. We are no longer doing that. Front mortar, party heal, pincushion, swing, and ether. Okay. Not an issue as long as we use the skills. Yeah, I think it really depends on my mood. I happen to be in a mood, picking up this game, where I wanted to actually, spend some time in the dungeons, etc. But a lot of the time, I just want to experience the story of the game, and I don't like fighting the same group of things over and over again. Like, at this point, my party is, strong enough to clear out these random encounters with no issues at all. As long as I'm not just pressing auto battle and dying. But it doesn't cost me any mana to do. All it is me clicking the same rotation. My party is set up. I essentially have infinite mana and the ability to heal. So I only ever really have to leave the dungeon when my inventory's full. Has been my experience after I, was no longer supremely underleveled from having my entire party with the reclass. Alright, so we grab ourselves a rabbit tail. And it is time to heal with Luca. One on you, and one on you. I need to be a little bit careful because there is a foe here. But it looks, here's a slowing. Okay. But also we were able to fight the foes previously without much of a challenge. So I don't even know if I need to be concerned about it at this point. Front mortar, attack order, pincushion, swing, and ether. As the dungeons get more complicated, you fight more battles, but the party is better at doing it, so it's not an issue. Yeah, exactly. I do think the first stratum was probably my favorite one in the game, because I was actually doing things. And money was important. Actually managing to get in and out of the dungeon was important. The Ariadne threads, were actually, they costed money to buy. That I didn't always have. Wow, I'm completely stunned. Okay. Well, that's only a chance to not be able to move. So we will play as normal. Oh, but if Octavio gets stunned? Actually, this could be an issue. I didn't bring a ton of Amrita. So if Octavio is stunned and Benkei uses the front mortar, I would then not be able to do it anymore. Welcome, Shoto. Hope you're having a good one. Oh, okay. They are, just going around the edge of the room. So we are safe. I thought we were about to run into them, due to the snow. Are we able to go this way? Exactly as planned. And presumably we are able to return this way. Shortcut detected purely from, game vibe. Nothing over here. So we go down and up. I am doing pretty well. How has your day been? So the forest, apparently is a conditional drop. I need to bind it. I'm not doing that. So we are just playing normally then. I will go for an attack order, pincushion, Basic attack, and ether. And it is time for the next rotation of the music. I also kind of need to go get some water at some point. And it's actually a pretty good time. Twitch tells me it is actually about time for me to take a short break. Oh, sorry, it was storming Shoto. I think we'll do one more battle, and then I will be back in a couple of minutes. So this should just loop around. Okay. Alright, and after this one, it is going to be water time. If any of you need to use the bathroom, grab a snack, or get some water yourself, now is the time. And we'll be back in a few minutes. The random encounter stands no chance. We are back. To explore the dungeon a little bit more. I see another door, but before we do that, let's just get the rest of the tiles set up. We are able to mark the door on the map and open. And once again, we are in an unregistered area. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then walls. Alright, we see another one of those foes that just walk around in a circle. Not particularly threatening. I do need to prevent order to stop ourselves from getting stunned again, though. That was rather inconvenient. Both are weak to fire, but my only range attack is thunder. Or my only AoE, I mean. Oh, no problem, Shoto. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Sorry the timing didn't work out too well for you. And that you were stuck in the storms all day. Hopefully tomorrow goes better. I might be walking backwards here. I'm actually not sure. I guess they really do want me to, manually be doing this. Oh, and Luca died. That's fine though. I have nectars, and I reached a new floor. Does Monster Sanctuary have the battles? I mean, it's not bad. For sure. It's like a Dragon Quest type system where you have like 3 people. And I do enjoy that. I would say the combat and the exploration are pretty fun. The story itself, not anything remarkable. But the rest of the game makes up for it. It is definitely not a perfect game. But it is definitely one I enjoyed my time with a lot. Okay, so I accidentally ended up going the wrong way. So I know this is left. And we are 1 down from here. And we go 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 here. Then we are going to turn left. And we go here. We turn back, and we will go up instead. And it's looking like it might just kind of loop around. A new set of monsters. Let's go ahead, swing in with the attack buff, pincushion. I'm gonna swing in with a binary. We've lost both of our nectars, so we do need to actually pay a little bit of attention to teleporting back. But we also don't need to pay as much attention to our mana, as we are planning to go backwards anyway. It's something like this. We might be off by 1 or 2. We're turning to the right, which is this way. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1. And then the wall is there. And if we're going left, it ought to be this way. We gotta wait for that to go. So we do. Then we go 1, 2. And my mapping must be off. I messed it up somewhere along the way. And honestly, is this even guaranteed to be the right path? There are all of these other options as well. So I think we want to just get out of here. But which way is it? I think it is time to return to market. And we will simply explore a different area of this floor. Skills, no. Actually, yes, that was correct. To market. Napier, we can go ahead and sell all of these items. And you know what, I think I'm just gonna give up on the other quest for now, because I'm not even in that stratum anymore. I'm not getting whatever the other thing they wanted was. We'll grab the money and see all the new items available. Oh, another new bow. We just upgraded it. So that is a bit of a surprise. But let's start with 2 nectar. 2s. And then we can see what all the new items are. Confused gas, whatever. Amrita, meh. Accessories, nothing. Weapons first. In my opinion. Katanas are only wieldable by ninjas. And we have not upgraded since the Wakizashi. We are at 255, and we are missing out on apparently a ton of other options. 123, 131 with 3 engraves. Or 365, also with 3 engraves. Definitely going for this one. Should help out a little bit. Though they only really ever use the basic attack. Then we have daggers, but we're not using a dagger on anyone. 138, it's actually a weaker bow. Somehow. I guess we were just a little low on unlocking it. Interesting. Farmer only item. Oh, and a new book. We're on the Abramelon. But this one, would be tech down by 1. But it does have 2 open slots, so we could theoretically get 2 forges on it. We don't have any of the staff stones we would need for the extra forges on this. But that one is a normal item. So there's a chance for you to be able to actually upgrade it instead. So let's buy it, equip, and see if we can't forge. Omniscience book, and we can actually do it twice. So we are just gonna get, making up the initial tech, and then getting even further with a 4th slot. Jolly Roger, we don't have any of those naval rams. But we do have plenty of things for the Nyan. But the question is, what do we actually boost with it? I am not sure. I haven't really looked into it. Are the elemental damage forges better or worse than just increasing the stats of the actual weapon? I'm sure this is actually pretty easy to find. So we will head over to our friend google.com. Strength Forge, Etrian Odyssey. Attack forges increase damage by 3%. Strength affects damage proportional to the square root of strength. If the square root of strength plus 1 over strength is greater than 1.03. Okay. Plus attack is better, as long as our strength is over 15, and we are at 53. But we can also add elemental damage. Elemental Forge EO3. So it says here the elemental ones are plus 10% damage, but only work on a few normal attacks. Okay, so from what I'm hearing, attack is definitely the one to go for. Unless I really wanted to add some kind of wacky extra effect. Maybe if there was like instant death on one of these, I'd consider it. But let's just boost our damage as much as possible. With 3 attack forges. That should help balance out the damage between it and our Buccaneer a little bit. We also have the ability to boost this one, but I don't really have anything I want to do with it. So that is fine the way it is. And we are still at over 40,000. So if we come across anything else, oh wait, we also forgot to do armor. Heavy armor is what we equipped. Padded armor is plus 80, which is probably a pretty significant boost for a lot of these characters. Actually, only one is even able to wear it. They're at 186 and go up to 210. 80 defense versus 64. We'll go ahead and buy this one. Oh, but the Aurora Veil offers damage reduction. That seems pretty strong to me. None of my classes use shields. And TP is not an issue for our party at all. So I think we are actually done. We might give the Aurora Veil to the ninja. All they lose is a little bit of TP, but that is not an issue. We'd much rather them actually be able to survive the attacks. And everyone else is already set up. So we can go ahead and sell our old weapons. And anything extra we have here. I think that is good to go. Let's rest our party to get them back up to full health. But more importantly, we wanted the ability to go buy nectars in case we run into any issues. And we should also, as we reach a new floor, check for new quests. Alright, we just have to randomly find a salt deposit. Anything else interesting? I'm doubting the talk does anything different. Okay. Gotta always remember to save 17 times in case I forgot. But it is time to head back into Porcelain Forest and go down a level. Says here that the shortcut should be able to take us straight down to the next floor. And then the quest giver should show up. Here we go. Mushroom. This knife has a special poison. Examine the remains, so bring the body after the kill. Obtain a mushroom dagger. Okay. So I need to equip the mushroom dagger to somebody. I assume. But then, where is the mushroom? Because it surely is not either of these guys. But that is fine. Attack order, pincushion, swing, dark ether as normal. We simply go on in. And let them do it again. No TP except for one from Octavio each turn. And the battles are a breeze. Wait one to let the foe pass harmlessly. Then we will come up and around here. Oh, but it's a dead end. Oh, and they're able to stun Luca right away. I'll go for a prevent order on the back row. I want to keep them safe more than anything. And we Dark Ether. Oh, but we're not able to get it off due to the paralysis. Alright. Everyone is stunned. But as long as we are able to swing in, it'll go down eventually. Let's avoid using front mortar in case Ether fails. And then swing in with everybody else. Yeah, Luca is getting targeted quite a bit. I assume that Igdroid would be the natural target. But as long as we make it out of the battle, a single line heal puts us back to full. Or at least close enough that Monarch March, our passive healing, will do it for us. And here comes a mining spot. Then we want to go ahead and mark it. So I did hear that this game has a few different endings. But I think once I beat it the one time, we are probably going to be calling it a day for this game. I'm not going to beat it tonight, for sure. I'm pretty sure we are only, I'm pretty sure the games all have 6 stratums. But the game is long enough that I certainly have no plans to play it 3 or 4 times. I'm also not really sure how the new game plus works. Because in a ton of games, you kind of just keep everything. And then the enemies don't even get any harder. So playing it again isn't fun. Because you're just beating up a bunch of things you already know you're able to do. I would consider playing more games in the series, though. Or other games in the genre, if anyone has any suggestions. Okay, so we explored over here, and unfortunately, it looks like that really confusing area is mandatory for progressing. So, we have to wait out the foe there. Though I suppose I could actually just run into it and see what's going on. Let's start by making the quick save. And then we go in. Oh, I did play World of Final Fantasy. But after beating the game, I didn't do anything else. Like I unlocked 3 or 4 bonus dungeons. But I never actually did them. What am I missing out on anyway? Like, I thought the game was fun, but that one, the rest of the game was so bad that I did not enjoy it. Oh, and everybody's asleep. But I mean, it didn't deal any damage. So we're gonna go in again. And we are, this time, going to cast Prevent Order as we charge up. And you know what? Let's use Ether here so we can clone. This is a boss fight after all. And as long as one of our Activios stay awake, we are good to go. Front Mortar, Prevent Order, Pincushion, Volt Star, and Ether. And we deal over 1,000 damage in one turn. And it is now in the red. Once we know that it's an ailment type opponent, there isn't much else they can do to us, as we can just repeatedly put up the Prevent Order. If I remember correctly, my team in World of Final Fantasy was just a bunch of Cactuars. They had like a fixed damage attack, and then I would just proc that over and over and over. Oh, I found whatever the boss they were talking about is. This has to be the mushroom from the quest, as it did not exist previously. And now that I'm thinking about the game again, I remember I think it was the walking around that killed it for me. Like, there's one point in the game where you have to climb up a giant staircase, and it's like literally a minute of like AFK walking, and then after you get to the top, you can go to the left like 2 steps, and then walk all the way down to go get a treasure chest that was clearly visible as you started going up the stairs. So then you have to go all the way down there, and it's like some random healing item I don't care about, and I have to go walk all the way up there again. It just felt like it really wanted to waste my time more than anything. But I really liked the actual combat and playing the game. The game got in the way of playing the game very often. Okay, so this is a new opponent. I will start with the normal. Let's give Ailment Protection, Pincushion, a normal swing, and a Dark Ether. We deal plenty of damage. Oh, but it's dead, but it's not dead yet. As, of course, it is going to form a new mushroom. So we did a little bit too much that time, which means I think we are going to have Ben K defend. We'll put up the Protect Order as normal, swing in with the others, and Ether. Oh, but the Pincushion barely dealt anything. Okay, let's Mortar, Protect, and then have you defend. And then as long as this doesn't KO, it should be getting low. Perfect. So now defend, protect, defend, and swing in with Octavio, who has the dagger. 58 is not a ton. But the monster does not seem threatening either. Maybe I can swing in with you as well. Defend, and then just defend, swing. And there we go. Split stool defeated. With the tomb obtained. And with that, we are able to swap out the dagger for our actual item again. And gain basically a 50% attack bonus for not having to use that item. And now we suffer through this again. So I must have been like one off when I was mapping it initially. But I don't want to redo it all either. So I will have to delete the map I made. And then just try a different direction until it works. We obtain even more tails. So then mapping. Let us delete. And we remove... Wait, why am I not able to? How do I make it black again? Oh, there's an eraser. Okay. Why is this not working either? Oh, okay. Here we go. It isn't until we find the third eraser that we are able to actually do it. So, I think we start by going left. And we will see if it leads anywhere. So we went left. And now we are looping to the right, which would be the top. New enemy in the Peach Crow, but it goes down without a fight. Okay, and that actually worked out pretty well. We basically immediately chose the right path and managed to escape. Let's mark it with a door and get back to our regularly scheduled adventuring. Nice winding path, but no actual forks until here. But I'm gonna go this way and see what happens. Alright, 3 enemies this time, but we get a preemptive strike. Like most of the normal battles, it should provide no real resistance. I will go ahead and drop a binary, spending the mana just to have that AoE attack. And 2 of them are down. And the final one falls to a lone auto attack. And another door. Already. I am not prepared. Mortar. Bonus damage. Pincushion. Swing. Ether. At least once it's set up, I'm able to just mash A or hold it down. Except I'm bound now, apparently. So my Luca is unable to heal the party. Fortunately, we are clearing ahead of time. And that means we are able to use our skills and line heal a couple of times to get back to full. It has also been a while since we actually assigned any skill points. I can overheat, but I am afraid of the bonus HP consumed there. So I've been thinking of boosting status resistance or a counterattack. The Bolt Mastery only really provides a minor damage increase. And I don't really need anything else either. But there have definitely been more statuses. But I think I will max out the electromagnetic barrier first. Luca is our healer. And I could use a couple of things. Extra party heal would be pretty convenient in battles. Sovereign, I could go for extra on Royal Veil for that passive healing each turn. Or attack order for more damage. Or I can also, in the Monk, invest in more copies of Refresh. And then I'd be able to cure the entire party. I think that's a good idea. Cassidy is our Buccaneer. And I don't really have anything I need to boost on it either. As you can see, I have maxed out Pincushion, my primary attack. And then I'm not using either of these. I'm on a Rapier. Charge is maxed out, and so is Berserker Vow. So I really have no idea what to put on it. I might honestly just go for extra HP. Or some extra TP. So in case I don't have my ninja, I'd still be able to do something. Then over on our Zodiac, we've maxed out Singularity, Meteor, etc. I could go for the Binary Star, Binary AoE attacks, or boost up my Volt damage. But I could also just go for more Farmer skills. Since I don't really feel like I need any of these. The plan is to click on Meteor. Over and over. So maybe I just go for the Keen Nose. And get a boosted item drop rate. And then finally our Ninja, who exists solely to click on Dark Ether. There is really nothing to do with this. I'm not attacking with them, so none of these do anything. I suppose escaping from battle is occasionally useful, but I'm already able to succeed on that anyway. I could go for Beheading and try to get whatever items need instant death to trigger. But I don't need more TP. I have Mystic Calm already maxed out. Everything only costs 1. And all the other ones are passive effects. So I'll go with HP up 1, just for a little bit of extra tankiness, I suppose. Now, where am I? I'm completely lost. Door. Is this the one I came in? Yes, okay. Then we go this way. And we see this puzzle again. I think this time it is pretty likely to be either to our right or straight ahead. I'll try the one ahead of us first. Okay, that one at least a very quick dead end. Nothing worth seeing there. So let's try to the right. Oh, but then there's another room. We will go to the right a second time. And that one's a dead end. We need to clear this in a few turns or the opponents will show up. So we're going in with an attack order. And we will be using our AoE as well. Dark Ether for those free swings, and we'll see what happens next. And it looks like we managed to clear out 2 of the opponents. Should be smooth sailing from here. Move forward. And I would like to go that way. Just need it to move. But it's looking like this is going to be a dead end. So how about this one? Also, not a dead end. And we find the exit. Good job, me. Though this is much further down, than I had realized we had traveled. And we still haven't found the, salt deposit for the other side quest. But I'm guessing it isn't that big of a deal. Wait a second. That's pretty close to the door. We are gonna check if there is a, hidden staircase around here. Or sorry, a shortcut. By the way, how long is the Duel Links maintenance? I did not actually finish all of the decks I wanted to test over there. So if I'm still streaming, when that finishes, we might be playing a little bit of aggro later on. And as expected, I decided to check out one square and immediately found the shortcut. We will loop around this zone. And it looks like it catches up with the other side, no problem. Pin of attack, we will see if we deal over half of its damage. Not quite. So we will use the front mortar and properly finish off this opponent. Still has a drop we don't have. Hit him with the Dark Ether. And progress from here. We're gonna go this way, for sure. Dead end, kind of what I wanted, but no event. Not quite what I wanted. The opponents means we need the Thunder to come on down. And then Ether. Only managed to clear out one opponent. And it looks like we might want a party heal to come out. So, pincushion, swing, and this should finish the fight. And we are looking good. Forked Tail. Only one reward for 3 monsters. Probably got a little bit unlucky there. Oh, and 2 doors. Very interesting. this one has a flower pattern, and this one does not, which makes me think this one is not the way forward. So that is the one we are going to explore first. And I was correct. It is a campsite instead, but I have not been carrying a tent on me since the first stratum. So we are just going to map out the room and proceed from here. Also should be a small path this way. Oh, and it is a mining spot. Not sure if we've already done it. But let's find out. Looks like we are able to grab some materials. Nephrite, and hopefully we find a rare one. We did actually just invest a few points in rare item up. And we got the Aconite as a reward for those skill points. I will take it. Another set of 3. Let's go ahead and front mortar, attack order, pincushion, thunder, and ether. The same combination we've been seeing all night. I wish there was, with skills like meteor, you are able to boost the minimum amount. So it starts as like 2 to 4 hits, but then it goes up to 4 to 6 as you max out the skill. But unfortunately, pincushion, which is my primary damaging attack, is always 1 to 3 hits. We can never guarantee that second one, which would be really convenient for normalizing the damage. In any case, let's go ahead and heal the tank before we proceed any further. Open up the door, and it's going to be one of those we can't explore. So we are... Oh, wait, there might be a boss here. No. Okay. Oh, and there it is. Peach Crow shows up. This is just a regular enemy, though. And with only one of them on board, Pincushion should be putting in pretty solid output. But only 1 hit again. Fortunately, Octavio is able to finish the fight. Foe is very close, so let's go ahead and line heal. And we will retreat to let it pass us by harmlessly. 1, 2, 3. Oh, but it's still coming. Maybe it just goes in a circle. Okay. And with that, we are able to dodge, then we go here, and then here, and here. And now we are past without having to run into either of those monsters. But another one. Which way does this one go? I think that one is only 2 squares away. So I'm gonna go over here to run away from it. But this is looking like they could be catching up any moment now. Wait, inspect. Looks like there is an escape point. Just in time. Pincushion, swing, ether. Alright, we actually get in with a 3-hit pincushion, which should make the finishing blow quite easy. Oh, is there actually another way through here? The issue is I don't really know where we are anymore. Where did we come from? Wait, it's only a 1-way path. And now I am officially majorly lost. I'm gonna guess, we probably wanna go left. That one is only 2 spaces away, so you have to let it through. And then we go, and we try to get in here. I can't tell where it's standing. but we have taken over one of these before. So we will simply stand and fight. Prevent order. Charge. Ether and clone. And now as long as one of them... Okay. We are in a solid spot. We will use our party heal. And then pincushion away. And then meteor away. And we have the double dark ether. Oh, it actually can inflict non-sleep statuses as well. And with our entire back row incapacitated, I'm going to switch over to a shot of armor piercer while we cast refresh. Which will heal off those pesky statuses. And now we are ready to go. We're gonna need to use a party heal, but then we are unleashing a pincushion, a meteor, and 2 dark ethers. Luca falling again. Cannot dodge these single target attacks for some reason. Oh, and now I am actually a little bit concerned. Luca is down. We need to escape. And our entire party is confused. Things are so bad now. Let's spam the nectar. Revive Luca. You have a skill to escape. I just taught you it. Okay. We managed to escape that fight. Oh, but it puts us all the way back here. We were so close to the end of the level. I forgot that the escape command resets us. That is so rough. I mean, on the plus side, we were able to get the shortcut unlocked. So if we need to go heal, it's not that bad of an idea. So skills, let's just head it to market. Head over to the inn. Treatment, full restore is 235. And then we use Luca to heal the others. And that gives us a chance to sell items as well. And we got our first Akanig, of an item or two, so maybe there are new things available. Looks like mostly weapons. Oh, but I accidentally clicked exit. It is a ninja exclusive, but not quite as good. Let's see if the armor is any better. 95 and bash resistance. I mean, that sounds pretty good. It's better than the heavy armor we just purchased. Which explains why it is so expensive. But I don't even know if we're fighting a bash-themed opponent. I think we will keep it in the shop for now. Until we get an actual reason to buy it. And that means save our game. And then let's report the quest we completed over to here. Oh, I also completely forgot to do this one. And each time you turn in a quest, you also get a ton of experience points. So they are pretty convenient to complete. And then we have the ones we are still working on. So we can save one more time and then head right back in. And this time, hopefully, I will be able to deal with the monsters without getting hit by the big confusions. When it was only sleep to deal with, it wasn't nearly as bad. But confusion is a much more debilitating status effect. But fortunately, with shortcuts, we are able to make it back in, deep into the labyrinth with little travel time. We take this one, and then we head this way. Head up and around here, and we're gonna be right back to the door that we were struggling with previously. And we make it through with not even a single encounter until we found it. I'll go left this time. Let's go ahead, mortar. I'm gonna go with prevent, because I'm pretty sure those things can stun me. Let's charge, thunder and ether. And the plan here is that by leaving them for the next turn and using charge, our pincushion is much more powerful. And we can finish the battle with the attack before the big stuns come in. As you can see here, we use the pincushion, they both die, and we don't have to worry about paralysis as the battle is now over. So we are going to travel this way. We go here, and we go here. Then we go here, here, and around. And that should be a clean break. We turn this way, and it is the issue we ran into before. But I want to go straight ahead. Wait, is it working out for me? I think maybe since we defeated the other monster, we are okay. And we can dodge the remaining one by going into that ice. Set the door, but I don't actually know where we are. So I need to get out of it first. Yeah, I agree. They definitely are pumping up the rate of statuses on this floor. But I don't want to buy a bunch of anti-status accessories just for a random encounter. So if I run into any trouble with a boss for status-related reasons, I'm sure there are items to help me deal with it. But until then, I don't think it's really worth the investment. Let's suddenly just grab an attack order. And, oh, that's the other reason I wasn't really liking the Zodiac. Everybody else is just here attacking for free. But the Zodiac, is kind of doing nothing because I don't want to waste the TP on these spells as I travel around the dungeon. And that's why I didn't even run one in my initial party. I think I might be a little surrounded here. We're gonna make a quick save, because this is looking like a dangerous room. Okay, it is only the Mortal Hunters. We were able to deal with these not too badly. Attack order, we need to charge up for maximum damage. And that means using Dark Ether and splitting with double to get the full 6 row. Unfortunately, they go down before they're able to start using Meteor. So I'm forced to spend a turn on Resurrect. But we had a pincushion, and we can Dark Ether, and then Otori, so they swing into Benkei more. Alright, and that actually worked out perfectly. We do need to heal up, so Party Heal is next. And another charge. But then we will Meteor. And go for the double Dark Ether. We really just need to take this down before the other two get in here. And what was that attack? And here comes another one. Things are starting to look a little bit grim. but we will be doing our best. I do have an ability that might be able to put them to sleep. And then I do want to ether the meteors. Unfortunately, they kept swinging at the wrong one. And now we've lost both of our damage dealers. I might need more points in Resurrect. Wait, but Meteor is actually putting in a ton of work here. Let's ether that, and... Wait, we have a Nectar. Let's use that for sure. We'll revive the tank. Okay. Things are not as bad as they seem. Meteor and our Double Dark Ether might just be enough to claim victory. Wait, but Scythe Dance gets us again. But we defeated 2 Mortal Hunters right in time. It was right behind us. And we managed to save one of our Nectars. Luca is healed. And if Luca is healed, all worries are eliminated, as we are able to cast Resurrect, and Party Heal. And we are good to go now. Wait, I think I just cornered myself. But it is only the one. Create a quick save. Items. Inventory. Let us heal with the Hamau. No, we'll use the Amrita. This recovers all of Luca's TP. Then we can go to skills and finish healing. I think a line heal should be good. Okay, so now we fight. And it will take out the final Mortal Hunter. Front Mortar. Protect Order. Charge. Ether. Split. But Amputate is just I think this might just be an instant death attack. Whatever it is, it seems pretty rough for me. Pincushion. Ether U. Otori on Benkei. And things are progressing again. Attack Order. Pincushion. And I mean, 1 round of Meteor should be enough. Alright, and we actually managed to survive and amputate, thanks to our big tanking ability. Let me see if I have any available. I feel like the healer is so much more skill hungry than everybody else. You can see I have 8 skill points here, 8 skill points here. I spent a bunch of random skill points on farmer stuff for this, but when it comes to the monk, I want extra points in Resurrect. I want to max out the party heal. I want an extra point in a Monarch March. I want the Royal Veil to be at 10. I want the attack order to be at 10. And I really don't know what else I would give up in the meantime. Like, all of these seem mandatory. I mean, I could cut Form Key, but that's where my healing is coming from. Refresh is needed for the whole party. Unbind is mandatory for Resurrect. I mean, I could cut the full heal, I guess, but that's only saving me a single point. Maybe I should have made Setsu the Sovereign, and then not have a farmer. And that would kind of alleviate a lot of the issue. Well, no, the farmer is on the Zodiac. It's a monk / sovereign that I'm struggling with. Like, I'm saying the Zodiac has space for me to just randomly put in farmer skills. But everything else is struggling. Okay. But we have a door here. And surely we are getting close. Actually, probably not. If the level starts all the way over here, then I would assume the door to the next level is somewhere around here as well. Otherwise, the shortcuts aren't going to help us at all if we have to go all the way up here anyway. But maybe we're near the end of the game, and that is why. Oh, but that looks like a cutscene waiting to happen. We are making another quick save. Like a big shrine. There's no way this is not something. Is it seriously nothing? There's no shot. Like, I messed up somewhere. I am doing something wrong. As far as I know, I don't think this game has any general status resistance amulets. Like, it's all one specific thing that I need to have different amounts for. Wait. Where did it take me? The gate teleported me somewhere else. Interesting. Right, and there is the entrance to the next level. All we gotta do is take out this bunny and crow. Should be no problem if we were able to defeat, 2 of those reavers. This will be a walk in the park. Peach Crow is down. 1 turn. But okay. Yes. Matt, let's go ahead and mark the stairs downwards. And then we will find where the, connection point is. Personally, I had thought it was gonna be, like, right here. Well, this one. But it turns out to not be here. Is it this one instead? I was one off when I was looking for it earlier, it looks like. So, we now have knowledge of where this is. Oh, and I accidentally put the stairs 1 too high. Remove that, and then, descend. 19. I'm trying to think. Should the final floor be 19 or 20? Probably 20. I think I have 1 more to go. Oh, and we're just immediately going into the teleportation shenanigans. Well, I guess it was nice of them to introduce the mechanic. As long as this always works. Okay. Then, if that is the case, I can just mark it as, like, a portal. Oh, that is a new one. Sick wood. Probably tries to put on some order. Or some status effect. So I will be beating it up, with a prevent order preemptively. Sick breath. Not surprised at all. And then we can auto attack through the bunny. Oh, and we find a chop point. I think that is our first one on the stratum. So these should be some new items and new weapons or armor given from them. Alright, but now it is time for more Portal guessing games. Fortunately, these ones have all been pretty straightforward. Just a straight shot connection. I don't know if they are all like that or not. I was not paying that much attention to the first set. But I think we got a preemptive attack. So let's go ahead with an attack order, pincushion, and swing in, and see how we can do. Alright, neither of them go down, which means it is prevent order time. But the rest of us are still swinging with the same move as last time. Enemy falls no problem at all. Is there anywhere else to go from here? No. So straight ahead it is. Oh, that is not what I wanted to see. Fortunately, we did not run into this super boss. Out of nowhere. Would have been incredibly dangerous. Attack order. Charge. And there we go. We don't need to worry about the paralysis if everybody is dead. So, pincushion, swing, and ether one more time. I will go ahead and cast a line heal though. Then we want to make sure our team is set up. Also, I didn't buy more nectars, so we need to be a little bit more careful than usual here. I will not be trying to take on any foes at all. Or the orange and red guys that you all see on the map. Oh, and we actually come across a box here. Another formaldehyde, though I'm not sure I'm ever going to use it. I already have a couple because I've been using them on stratum bosses. But I also keep missing my opportunity to do so. Prevent order for sure. Swing and ether. And we come back down here to another teleport point. Let's mark them over on the map. So apparently this one is claiming to have a wall behind us. So I suppose we aren't able to go backwards. We're forced to resume our search this way. But no problem for me. This seems like the way I want it to go anyway. Open up that map. We don't have any real knowledge to work with, but this is the end of the map grid. So we know it can't lead to anything too crazy. We would like to escape. I do not want to fight this. And running into it was a complete accident. So we let it pass. And then we go this way. Before it shows up again. And we find another teleporter. Oh, that is interesting. I think this is the room we were in initially. So we can set the teleporter here and here. Map out the rest of the room real quick. And then head back, because there is still more in this direction. We just need to wait for it to pass us by. So then we go like this, and we are good to escape down here. Oh, and it's a treasure box. I was hoping it would be another path, though. I am getting a little bit lost here as the maps get more and more complex. Oh, looks like we can actually just auto attack and finish that one off. And we're gonna have to use a line heal out of battle. Oh, apparently that one was also a new one. It looked so much like the other foxes we have run into. I did not even recognize it was a new monster. In any case, let's go ahead and open this box. Amadora is fine. But I will probably just be selling it. Then if we look at the map, where do we actually want to go? None of these seem that new to me. It looks like we went all 4 directions. Oh wait, but there's a path over there. So that has to be the next thing we do. Let it come down here. And then follow up behind it. And maybe this will lead to something. But I feel like it's just a random dead end. Oh, no. Looks like we are actually getting somewhere. Okay. Interesting. A new warp point discovered. So that should hopefully mean we are actually making progress. Attack order, pincushion, swing, and ether. And there they go. Time to run another line heal though. Skills, Luca. Line heal, party's back to good. And then finish out this little map here and teleport. Mark the 2 portals, one behind us and one at the edge of that. And we can go for the next one, but I'd rather see what's up here first. I marked the portal, but unfortunately this one apparently is a dead end, or a one-way portal. We're not able to go back to it. But if we look, we can see we are actually at 2 other portal locations. And they were hiding a 3rd area from us. So we just need to go over here and up through this one. Wait, but it actually let us do it. Interesting. I was expecting to be whisked right away. Nothing in terms of inspectable areas. So the other direction then. And we get a preemptive attack, which means this battle should be quite simple. Toss down the dark ether, front mortar, weakening up that one nicely. I'll drop a party heal just in case. Pincushion goes in and finish them again. Still nothing to inspect. but we are able to fill out more and more of the map, which means we are definitely going the right way in general. I'm actually making a lot more progress on the stratum than I thought I would. I feel like it takes me multiple days to ever clear through a stratum, but we've already done multiple floors in just a couple of hours. And that is with also having Duel Links on at the start. Okay, I do not know which way that thing goes, so I'm gonna take a step away. Monsters appeared. Death Scorpion. With a name like that, I have to assume it inflicts the death status effect. So we are going to be taking it seriously and dropping a prevent order. And then we will try to finish things off on the next turn with our attack order into Pincushion. Swing and Ether. Okay. And that ended up being pretty solid. Okay. Looks like we should be safe to cross through here. And we find yet another teleport. They are really making this one more complicated to navigate. Looks like it was another single direction portal. And I actually don't even know where it came from. Let's take a look at the map again. Oh, it's all the way over there. Okay. It is still a straight shot, but it was pretty long. Another death one. Maybe we can take them out quickly with a pincushion. Ether and go. That's like barely any damage though. Oh, it is weak to frost. So maybe I throw down a binary at it. Or I mean the ice star. Ether and go. The ice star only deals around 300, which I think is what our other ones were doing anyway. So not much of a loss there, if at all. Alright, so we see a teleporter there. And I accidentally run into this again. We need to press the escape button as much as possible. Fortunately, we managed to get out of there. And I will be retreating. And we will just take the teleport. One behind us, and one a little bit further behind us. Okay. We are still alive, and still able to navigate. Our MP is looking good. Encounter draws near. But any standard encounter should be fine. We are holding up pretty well. Front mortar, attack order, pincushion, ice star, and ether. We can just use this again next turn as well. Especially since it doesn't look like anything has happened to our party members in terms of HP. A small leg bind is not going to harm Luca's ability to cast any spells. Looks like this one travels in a line. But am I able to sneak up behind it? I don't think so. So where am I supposed to go? If that area is blocked off. But I mean, it looks like it's an area I've already explored anyway. So maybe I'm supposed to go back, the other direction, and this was a dead end. Alright, and we made the teleporter right before the battle would otherwise go off. Looks like there are still a few areas this direction I have not explored. So now we get a chance to do that. Let's go ahead and Dark Ether. Enemies fall like flies. And the foe actually isn't this way. Okay, they are actually this way. Oh, but there's a path over there. I see. I need to actually, time my maneuver to sneak past it. Hopefully it works out then. So this puts us right next to it. And then we are 1 away. No, we're right next to it again. And then we are 2 away. But that's an... Oh, no, and we do it. Okay. I always get confused on the right number of steps that we need to take to make it happen. But also, this is a new encounter. We've definitely seen a raging boar before. But we haven't seen them this powerful. So let's definitely charge up and start swinging in early. I guess I will give a heal, just in case. We ought to use charge, so that's pincushion. And, I guess we just hope it hits the other ones. Oh, it actually clears out all 3 of them, with nearly 8,000 damage each. Alright, and this is actually just another treasure chest, rather than the right direction. So, back to looking at our map. I guess there's still an area down here that we have yet to explore. But that might be just where we came from. We have to wait for it to pass by, and then we can go around this way. And then we just head straight down as far as possible. And we see where it takes us. Oh, but is it just another dead end? Nope, we find another branching path with plenty of options. Had to make sure there weren't any scary bosses hiding in the sides. But it looks like we are okay. Front mortar coming in. Attack order. Pincushion, swing, ether. Wait, I should actually switch Luca over to a heal. For sure. As things are looking a little bit rough for my party. And music. Okay. Maybe I should try to find more variety in the background music of these streams. But setting that up probably would take a while of searching. And I'm pretty happy with what we have right now. So it looks like we found a nice healing spot. But that still isn't really what we are looking for. I'm looking for a path to the next floor. 2 more options. Let's try this way. Another death scorpion. But with a preemptive attack, there's nothing to worry about. Charge up hit him with an ice star, and we will be ready to go on the next turn, for sure. I mean, the fruit is already down. All that's left is this guy. And I'm pretty sure Pincushion alone would be able to handle it if it gets multiple hits, or even just one as it appears. And we actually managed to get the Steel Needle, a new option. We found 2 gates, but neither of them teleported us. But there also doesn't really seem to be anything here. So the gate instead teleports us as we exit it. What does the map say? Where are we? Oh, we're back up here. So not too far off from where we started. And we are blindsided by a bunch of these things that are putting us to sleep. And that means it is time to run from the battle. We aren't gonna try to handle all of that when there's no need to. And here is a teleporter. But I mean, this is the edge of the map. Where could it possibly lead us? Mortar, attack, cushion, binary, ether. And it's looking like I maybe should have gone for status prevention instead. Fortunately, we managed to finish it off before it becomes a bit of an issue. Let's go ahead and just make sure everybody is nice and healed. Thanks to the rest point, we actually have all of our TP back. So we're able to go for quite some time. So that one brought us all the way over here. And I don't really know where else we should be going. We already marked this, but I don't see anything else in the same line, which is odd. And I mean, if it connects all the way around to here, that doesn't really do anything. So where does that take us? Over here. That is not particularly helpful. We've already tried this area. So do we have to just go up again? Because I don't think there's anything down here. Wait, no, there was that weird double gate area somewhere. Was it this one? I don't think so. Maybe the next one. Okay, I think it's this. There were 2 gates, but this one is a new teleport. I was correct. I happen to be an incredible genius. And I guess we'll go this way. But it's just filling out the area behind the gate. Okay. And the gates only appear to teleport you if you're facing the right direction. Or perhaps the wrong direction. I star ether. Things are looking up. We managed to find a new path right when everything seemed explored. Oh, and this might just be a shortcut. But no, it's actually just a fruit. And it's just another heal. As I will mark it. But not that impressive. I definitely have effectively infinite HP. I don't really want to deal with all of these stuns. We are just going to escape from this battle. And with a high agility ninja, Oh no. Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be like a boss fight, but it is just another random encounter. We'll go ahead and charge so we can finish it off easier in the future. Weak to fire, but I don't have the fire AoE. So we will just Ether. We ended up with a few poisons anyway. We did our best. Let's just finish off the fight before the poison takes any further effect. Ether and Pincushion, after a charge, is going to be enough to one-shot them. Wait, there's more. All because I want to heal some HP. How rude. But also fair enough. I'll go ahead with a Protect order first. Charge and Thunder and Ether. Oh, and they put in a ton of status effects. I will simply have to do it again. Oh, I use Protect instead of Prevent. I always be mixing them up. Pincushion. We really want to get through this battle as quickly as possible here. Oh, but our Pincushion only gets in for one hit. But that's okay. We're gonna actually do a line heal. And Pincushion again, we have the TP on our Buccaneer to work without Octavio. As long as there's not a third one. And as long as our Luca is here, that means we are able to resurrect and heal the rest of the party. And after a party heal, and maybe a line heal, we will be back in adventuring condition. Let's go ahead, make another save, just in case we get ambushed again. Though I think that is going to be the extent of their, event. It says we cleaned up and removed the scent from our shirt. And we find ourselves another, chopping point. And it's been long enough that we are actually able to do it again. Rare materials. Nice. And we did it. Grab a couple of those before we got ambushed. I think I'm kind of done with fighting this guy. So I would like to resume exploring. Okay. And I can't remember if this is the way that does or doesn't teleport us. It does not. But we can mark it. I don't know where it leads, but this is a teleporter. I mean, it always does it something on the same line. Where even is the entrance? I don't think I marked the stairs. So, whoops. That is my bad. But speaking of stairs, they are right ahead. Let's go ahead, unlock the next floor. And then presumably we do want to teleport out of here. But I didn't find any shortcuts, which makes the teleport not feel very good. We will descend. Melody of Eternal Parting. The boss should be somewhere on this floor. And I guess having a little bit of exploration done ahead of time. will make it easier to complete. I am surprised there wasn't a cutscene on any of those floors. Every other stratum, barring this one, has had a ton of events going on with things like other guilds or story events and mini bosses halfway through the floors. But this one, we just kind of strolled our way through the entire forest, which I think is interesting. But it does also make me wonder what is going on. We have grabbed Rabbit Tail, and these are the annoying doors that do not allow me to know where I'm going. So I will simply have to learn the right path. Oh, and there's a big boss chasing me down as well. I am being chased by a boss. I am not fighting. For sure. Just press escape and see if we make it out. I mean, we found something at least. Looks like it's just a mining section though. And without having discovered the section that lets us get back up, I am pretty concerned about continuing. Like, I don't have to go through floor 19 over and over again because I wasn't able to find wherever the random shortcut was. I am just trying to look up a map. I feel like I did my best shot at exploring it myself. So hopefully someone else has it already mapped online for me. At this point, I did my work. And it looks like they're actually just... Wait, no, there is. Okay. But it says it goes from the other direction. That's really confusing. So from there, I can go that way, but that's not the right one. Oh wait, no, okay. I think I see it. I just need to get back to the floor so I can unlock those. Because I think it is pretty important to be able to continue exploring the dungeon like a normal human being. But I'm already lost in floor 20 so much that I don't know which way to go. We are just going to keep running. I think we've done enough random battles for the stream. I just want to find a door and get out. And there's the boss. Out of nowhere. We will try to escape. Oh, but I actually have a battle skill that not only lets me escape, but gets me back to the floor. It's entrance. Okay. We don't need to mark these stairs up, because I'm pretty sure I forgot to do that on the previous level. So I want to go this way. Yes. And then I'm allowed through here. And then I haven't explored this area, which is where the shortcut is found. Okay. And then we can shortcut here. Travel back in. This one's just a dead end. And if I want to go to the other one. Wait, I should also mark the stairs. Oh, which I marked as a door on accident. The other one is a round. So I go here. Oh, whoops. Another random encounter. Even with a preemptive attack, I'm good on the fight, I think. So we go this way. And then this way. No. We go here and then around through this. Or maybe not. That also brings us around through here. What a frustrating little game. Well, that doesn't even take us there either. Wait, okay. Yeah, with that shortcut, we should actually be good to go. So I can actually go back now. As the other teleporter is this zone. Right over here. Or is it not? No, it is. It is. Okay. Escape, 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 and escape. Let's check our inventory. 49. I mean, I guess we should probably teleport back. We unlocked the shortcut. So, we are good to go. Let's start by selling all of these items we've unlocked. We have a few rare items. So, I am thinking we are probably going to be able to get a new, something. Though, with only 5 characters, most of these weapons are not actually usable by any of my crew. Like, this one's just a dagger. The rapier is for buccaneers. But we ought to have a better one. Spears are for hoplites, which I no longer have on my team. We see a new, bow. And it is apparently a pretty strong one. But we don't have the materials to actually get it. So, none of those are useful. This is just armor. Oh, and target goggles. 5 hit. I don't think I have anything that inaccurate, though. That's probably pretty useful if I'm running a, hammer, or sorry, a club, gladiator, as I have like a really inaccurate 9 swing attack. We will heal up the party and save the game. And let's see if anything else is being said over here. Alright, so it looks like we are heading towards the end of the game. I think there are more quests since we have did I finish any? No. But I can probably accept some. I do remember this rock, but I did not mark. Wait, I did mark it. But also, do I even want to do these? I can grab the bottom of the sea. Was this one with floor 19 again? Or was it floor 18? I think we're just gonna go into the dungeon. Like, we're so close to what I think is the final boss that I don't really want to spend a bunch of time grinding out every single side quest. Like, I think those are things we would do before post-game. Like, if there is a 6th stratum. Then we would round out the rest of the quest before we take on what are probably optional super bosses. I mean, technically every boss is optional if, you choose to stop playing the game. But I think you know what I meant. So, we continue through the floors. And, the first few are no problem. Let's just go ahead and flee. As we head to the staircases. Loop up around here. And ascend. Then, if I did this right, we should be able to just go straight ahead and then loop back around to the portal that actually takes us to floor 20, which is over on the right side. And we are good. Floor 20, ahoy. We resume exploring this zone. Lost in the flower maze. Main concern is running into that boss monster. So we are trying our best to avoid it. Oh, and did we find the exit? That was not too bad. Wait, is that where we started? No, it's the same exit we found before. That doesn't actually lead out of here. Random encounter is fine. We don't have to worry about those at all. Okay. And we managed to sneak... Wait, no, we don't manage to sneak past the boss. Let's try again. Okay. That should be a little bit better. And it is no longer following us. So we are sick. But there's another one? Out of nowhere. And if we are unable to flee, we start taking a ton of damage. But we get away on the second attempt. Skills. Let's undo that damage. Resurrect. And a party heal. And a quick save for good measure. Up, down, left, and then we follow it. And we hope to find a way out. But I'm not seeing one. So maybe we need to go this way instead. Oh, and we find a door. And it is a new one. Thankfully. Door right here. And we can keep on traveling. Oh, these are some secret teleport things. But I'm not trying to find them right now. It's probably that one instead. So we mark the door here. And we keep resuming our travels. And the bosses continue to jump scare us. Fortunately, we escape relatively quickly. But that one looked like it did lead somewhere. So I do want to check it out. And we do find an exit. Wait, but that's exactly where we started. So that didn't help us at all. Which way did I go first? Oh, they are coming this way. Okay. I feel like I'm about to do the exact same loop again. Let's go forward until something tells us not to. Monsters, whatever. And those bosses should be the wrong way, because we've already dealt with them previously. Is it the exact same door? It's the first one again. I mean, I want to go south, if I get that as an option at some point. Unfortunately, we don't. And that is blocked off by the fox. How do I get around that? I don't think I can. I have to go a different direction. Oh, that's a new monster. So we will be fighting it. Attack order. Pincushion. Binary Thunder. Ether. Alright. And a one-turn clear. Kind of why I stopped doing the battles. Volt Cat discovered. And probably another door of lies. And once again, we are here. Incredibly frustrating floor plan. But wait. At some point, we crossed these. And this must be the strategy we need in order to actually clear this. Let us go through the teleporter. And then hopefully this leads to something. Well, not much of a choice other than to go through this. Which then just puts us back here again. So maybe this way? Wait, but that just gets us back into here. At least we found a shortcut. So that must mean something. But what are we supposed to do? I think we have to go through this thing again. Escape, 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 escape. up, and then it's around here, down here, through here. Dodge the boss. Through here, here, here. Around here, into here. And then where? And we go here, 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 and here. That goes us back to this area. And then what? Okay. New location discovered. And we can presume, or we can resume. Oh, 3 monsters. I guess this one is worth doing. Attack order, pincushion, binary, and ether. Let's see if we are able to clear through these monsters or not. Oh, how'd that do? Okay. Luca, let's just throw out a prevent order. Just to be safe. And then we ether. Still not dead, but it is low enough where I am just going to use auto attack. Okay. And there we managed to find the treasure chest. I mean, I feel like we can't ignore an entire floor worth of encounters and then still be appropriately leveled. So unfortunately, we are going to be fighting whatever we come across for the next little while. But we will be running away on the other floors. Let's mortar, party heal. Hopefully we actually survive. Oh, I accidentally clicked defend. But fortunately, it is before the mortar goes off. So we're safe there. Let us loop around here. And then see what's up here. Party's not looking super healed. But we do have a party heal option, which is actually a little bit better to do in battle, as we're able to make the MP cost go away with Octavio. So let's just loop that until we actually clear out the battle. Oh, I saw an inspect. A large patch of earth covered in clover. I will mark them, since I'm pretty sure one of the quests did involve finding a clover. And then it looks like there is also a shortcut here, which is great. I think at this point it does teleport us if we walk through this. But I think that is fine. Or do we want to go the other way? If there is not a teleport here, maybe we should explore this floor first. And our limits are charged. So I guess we do need to keep up the battling. Pincushion, swing, and ether. Speaking of the, the limits. I actually don't think I have used them in quite a while. As after I reset the party, I'm not even sure I had any. Okay, I am now somewhere again. Oh, but it looks like a harvest point. So we will take what we can get. And then we can walk right back. Then I guess we do go this way after all. Can't go backwards, of course. I don't want to fight those mushrooms. So we just run away. And we find a door. Alright, a campsite. Usually these rooms are relatively safe and also contain secret passages. So let us take a look around. And we find one. But that just put us back where we were, like 2 seconds ago. So not much to do there. Oh, it looks like another passage. Let's go ahead and clean out the rest of that. Set our door. And I guess we'll try going downwards and see if that leads us anywhere interesting. Apparently escaping from battle is what lowers our limit gauge. I didn't actually realize that. But I have noticed it has been pretty low lately. Oh, there's a boss here, huh? But it's going that way. Maybe we can follow it? Not quite. Okay. How do we do it? I need to basically get to here. When they get to the end. So we just press escape. And we go back and forth and back. I don't want to get there in 2 spaces. Did that extra one help with the next rotation? No. I guess going back and forth is not a sufficient solution. So I probably need to just find somewhere else. Wait, no, I should be fighting. Okay. Attack order, pincushion, swing, and ether. And our entire party is asleep or taking major damage. Maybe I shouldn't be fighting this thing. And if they're all asleep, I actually can't heal. And my front motors are going to be shut off. So things have gotten very frustrating very fast. I will map out a little bit, if I can. Is there not a passage here? Okay. We're just on the wrong side. But I think once we get close to the next encounter, when it turns red, I would like to leave. Okay. Skills, Setsu. I think I am just about done with this game for the day. A lot of just walking around and not being able to actually see where I'm going was pretty frustrating. Do I want to sell any of these? Not really. But I do need to buy nectars before I find myself without them. So the rest of Stratum 5 will have to be another time. That being said, we might be able to switch back over to Duel Links if the maintenance is over. Let's find out. No, it looks like it is still another half hour. So I think we are probably going to call it a day. Let's go ahead, sleep at the inn. Recover our HP. And thank you everybody who showed up. Sorry we weren't able to do aggro profiles or aggro games on Yu-Gi-Oh! But I suppose that'll be the next stream when we also introduce the Blue Eyes. I'm hoping that should all be set up tomorrow. As long as I do everything, it'll be okay. So I will see you all again